Good morning and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Special Board Meeting. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. During special board meetings, the public may make public comment on items that are on the agenda. Individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. All right, for our land acknowledgement, Ms. Albiani.
Morning. We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Moore for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you very much. All right, next up, Mr. Superintendent, would you please provide us with an overview of the day?
Will do. Thank you, Mr. President. So very excited today. We have a couple of very interesting topics that I think will be of interest to the board. As we know, safety is always top of mind, and so we will be doing a pretty wide and deep look at the work that we're doing with regards to safety. And the second presentation will be preschool, which on the surface seems simple, but under the surface is not simple. And so I think it will be a good opportunity for the board and public to better understand it. And there's also a significant change as we have next year, we'll fully transition to TK, which means our 4-year-olds who we used to serve through preschool will now be served through 3-year-olds will be taken care of through preschool, but the 4-year-olds will be taken through TK. So significant change there. And then on the consent agenda, just to highlight that we are moving forward with the contract for the next elementary school, the Grant Line 208. So very excited about that as well. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, to take us into the safety update, Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you very much, and good morning, President Vargas, and good morning, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. We're very pleased, and as you can see on the cover slide, there's a variety of folks that are going to be coming up over the course of the delivery of the presentation. Superintendent Hoffman, as he mentioned, used the term comprehensive, and safety can oftentimes be thought of as our safety and security department and our security specialists and relationships that we have with our law enforcement agencies, but it goes far beyond that. And so I'm pleased to be joined by a number of colleagues because this was a completely collaborative effort, and we'll jump right in. Safety and security of our kids, the social emotional safety of our kids, and physical safety of our kids is utmost priority. Superintendent Hoffman wanted us to develop a comprehensive presentation for this. It covers every single one and addresses every single one of our strategic goals, including classroom safety, both the learning safety, social, emotional, and physical safety of our kids, targeted support, ensuring that all of our students feel safe on our campus, wellness, the direct connection with the wellness, and then our family and community, ensuring that they have confidence, but also they're part of this process of ensuring that our kids, staff, and families are safe on our campuses. A belief statement, I'll just read it. The physical and emotional safety of our students and staff is a necessity if we are to realize our learning vision, which is every student learning in every classroom and every subject every day to prepare college, career, and life-ready graduates. Supporting that belief is that we as a district implement and evaluate and continuously improve a comprehensive and integrated preventative and responsive safety system. Just want to stop for just a second. Important words there, comprehensive and integrated. You'll see in just a second a mention about how that integration occurs and takes place. But preventative and responsive, everything that we do is attempting to prevent any sort of harm that could come to a student or students, whether it's physical or social or emotional, and we try and prevent that. And responsive is a very important word as well, versus we become very effective at reacting to what takes place. By definition, react is without thought. Response is with thought. And so everything that we do is with deep thought and deep planning. All services within the comprehensive systems are integrated and often connect to multiple departments. That's why it's being presented by as many people as are here this morning. And then strong collaboration and communication are foundation to the implementation. So collaboration within the district and outside of the district, and also the effectiveness of our communications, essential to supporting the safety of our kids. This is just noting you've seen this graphic before, supporting the needs of the whole child, and you'll see that it denotes physical and emotional safety. And toward the end of the presentation, you'll see another graphic that looks somewhat similar to this, and I'm sure it's going to be familiar to folks. There's science behind this, and that's that physical and emotional safety. Without it, learning cannot occur. So we have to make sure that kids feel physically and emotionally safe. Just going to touch on those three phases, and we've engaged in presentations previously, and you certainly have heard of our instructional framework. How does that connect to safety? If kids are coming into class, and if you experienced, and maybe just think for yourself, courses that you took, whether it was in elementary, middle, junior high, or high school or beyond, those courses that you walked into that you felt connected to the teacher and you also felt like you had a chance to be successful in that classroom, how did you feel when you walked in? We all experienced classes, whether it was a lack of a relationship with the teacher or could be a subject you struggled with. How'd you feel like when you walked into that classroom? Very, very different. And so what we want our kids to do is feel confident when they're in those classrooms and feel safe in those classrooms as learners and as individuals. Social emotional learning, I won't read through this, but what I do want to mention is that we don't just say that we have these three components of MTSS. We have to have models within each, and our instructional framework is the academic model. The social emotional model we use is CASEL, which is the Collaborative for Academic and Social Emotional Learning. It's been around since 1994. And I remember getting engaged in this as a principal in another school district in 1995 and the impact that it had on our school. And so this has been around for a long period of time. Just want to mention that. And then our behavioral model is PBIS. And so folks are familiar with that, positive behavioral interventions and supports. I'll just let folks read through that for just a second. I'll talk over your reading just a little bit because we've been engaged in this work for about a decade now, actually over a decade now. And the implementation of these programs in our schools have contributed directly and significantly to improved behaviors, reduced exclusionary discipline, and just overall climate improvement in our schools. The topics that we'll cover, from facilities all the way down to communications. And so this is where folks are going to be joining in just 1 second, because now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and good friend, Dr. Kristen Coates.
Thank you, Mark, and good morning. Back here for just a minute. So this really becomes a bit of the kitchen sink type of presentation, because safety means so many things, depending on kind of what your role and partnership is in the district. And so we will talk from an operational standpoint, how we take a look at safety through the lens of facilities and transportations, keeping our sites safe and students safe throughout the day. So as we mentioned last week, as we were going through our facilities update, we recently updated our long-range facility master plan. It's a 10-year look, and no surprise at all, as Mr. Cerruti already said, that safety is top of mind for what we do here in Elk Grove. And safety and security was a central concern to most stakeholders. And so this 10-year look at the facility master plan really casts a vision for preventative facilities, safety and security. So here were some key findings from the FMP that came up. A lot of this work is already in progress, and it's the completion of it. But a clear point of entry through the main office, open welcoming offices, but not permitting unobstructed access to the entire building. And so you can see in these images, it's a little hard to see in the top one, but perimeter fencing is really throughout the schools to kind of limit that type of access, but also create welcoming environments. We want people to feel comfortable coming in. Wiring alarms, improved public address systems, those PA systems, is something that had come out as a trend in the facility master plan, but also at individual schools that we're working on with Measure N. Safe access to restrooms during lockdowns and modernization. We talked a lot about that last week. We'll talk more about that later on in the presentation. If you're a current parent or grandparent dropping off students, you can understand where safe drop-off and loading zones come into play. And then fencing, I've already mentioned. We also have an entire department, risk management, a risk manager that's really dedicated to employee and student safety, from the buildings to the setup at a desk. And so I won't read all of these slides, but we do have a very comprehensive injury and illness prevention program. Staff can request evaluations of their work environment to see, is this the most conducive to them? We partner with Schools Insurance Authority, and they conduct 12 full site inspections a year to audit our conditions and compliance to safety programs. Our risk team partners with them, so they're going out together, and then we assist with any type of improvements at those sites, so at different sites each year. And then we also do annual playground safety inspections to ensure that our structures are maintained to standards. And then we mentioned full transitional kindergarten and preschool. Each playground structure is dedicated to a particular age group, and we need to make sure that those are up to standards at the sites that house them. A little bit more about our injury and illness prevention program. For all employees, we send out a monthly newsletter, just reminding them on little practices that can get in the way. It leads to more engaged employees and more productivity when our employees are health and safe and engaged. We meet quarterly with the committee to review some of the data and take a look at areas that we can. So if there's a lot of boxes in areas, we'll make a plan to clean those up and keep walk paths clear. We do include information on the Employee Assistance Program should anyone need that, and that includes anything from kind of legal guidance to health and safety, emotional counseling throughout the year. So we do safety training for lots of different classifications for our employees throughout Elk Grove. I know Corey's going to come and talk more deeply about public school works and the mandated trainings that we have. But we do have positions largely in our classified staff that require lift testing and safety training. And so you can see some awesome pictures that show examples of the type of lifts that they need to do and show that they're able to do that type of job. And then we provide CPR and first aid training, and we have the AED certification and recertification that's required for staff throughout the year. We have invested in security cameras, and Todd Barber will be up soon to kind of like jointly talk about technology and cybersecurity. But we have, as a result of Measure M, more than 6,000 cameras throughout the district. This is really to help us and assist us with property loss. It allows us to better combat ourselves against vandalism that sometimes occurs throughout our sites. Focused attention, the cameras are smart, and so we can program them during unoccupied times to be smart and give a notification with dispatch that when there's movement that's not natural on a site in campus. So things that we're testing out, especially in hard to hit areas, to decrease our response time and decrease any impact to property loss and vandalism. And then we have agreements between ourselves and law enforcement agencies that allows for that live video access during emergencies. And talk a little bit about transportation, because we do transport some of our neediest students, and so our bus drivers, our bus attendants, go through pretty extensive professional development. Mark had mentioned positive behavior intervention systems and de-escalation, and so that's something that we think is important for our drivers. They're often the first ones to see our students in the morning and the last ones to see them before they get off, so having those skills and strategies is really important. And this, you could just see some different examples of safety equipment that we have zipper vest and harness belts and wheel chair ramps and secure ties for the wheelchairs so they don't move when they're in the bus, that all of our attendants, and if you're driving or you're on one of these buses, go through that type of training. That was a quick look at the operational security. I'm going to bring up Todd to come type about cybersecurity.
Thank you, Kristen, and good morning. It's a pleasure to share with you just a handful of our security efforts. At Elk Grove Unified, we employ a comprehensive strategy to ensure data privacy, digital literacy, and cybersecurity. For our students, our approach begins with digital citizenship education. Our board-adopted curriculum from Common Sense Media addresses cybersecurity by focusing on key areas like password security, phishing awareness, and data privacy. Structured lessons help students understand how to protect their personal information online and recognize potential cyber threats. Before I continue, I just want to take a moment to recognize the efforts of both Erica Swift and Kathleen Watt, who spearhead our digital citizenship efforts. Together, they curate our digital citizenship website, they maintain our curriculum, they host workshops for families on managing privacy, parental controls, and fostering safe online behaviors. If you haven't recently, I would encourage you to take a look at the DigCit website. There's some great work there. To help keep students safe online, we also employ internet content filtering to block access to obscene or harmful content as required by law under the Children's Internet Protection Act, or CIPA. Content filtering helps protect students from cyber risks and distractions. Internet websites and content such as videos are categorized to ensure access to relevant educational content while filtering out questionable sites and media. Phishing remains prevalent, with fraudulent emails being sent in mass quantities every day. Spear phishing, a more sophisticated form of phishing that targets individuals using personalized information to make the email seem even more credible is also on the rise. To combat these attacks, our email system identifies and blocks thousands of messages from bad actors. On average, about 9,100 messages per day are categorized as junk, and an additional 3,700 messages per day on average are blocked outright before they even reach the intended recipient. Still, some phishing emails can get through our defenses. Human error is a significant challenge in cybersecurity. Research has shown that employee mistakes are the source of security incidents as much as 88% of the time. Clicking on a link or downloading an attachment can open the door to a cyber attack. To help, the district utilizes a security awareness solution that delivers simulated phishing emails and ultimately helps educate our staff to remain vigilant against phishing and social engineering. As you can see, Technology Services has multiple security measures in place to secure our organization. Our licenses for Microsoft and Google technology provide tools to enhance our security posture. We have, for example, deployed multi-factor authentication, or MFA, to secure our staff. This extra layer of security, the second factor, provided by MFA, makes it harder for attackers to access our accounts. We work with the solution provider to provide managed detection and response, or MDR. MDR is a cybersecurity service that helps organizations detect and respond to cyber threats. A combination of software, sensors, and combined with real-time 24/7 monitoring helps protect our organization. Continuous monitoring reduces detection times from days or weeks down to just minutes in most cases. Finally, we partner with outside organizations such as Schools Insurance Authority, law enforcement agencies, and the Multi-State Information Sharing and Analysis Center, or MSISAC, to improve our overall cybersecurity posture for the district. I hope this brief look into our security measures was helpful and informative, and if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. And I think next I'm turning it over to Corey. Sorry.
It's okay. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? All right. So I'm here to talk about, from an HR perspective, as we set up the places where people learn and work, we also want to ensure that the employees that we're hiring not only have the skills and characteristics that we're looking for to serve our community, but also that they're safe to be around students. And so we have a vetting process that we do with regards to our applicants. So we look through their work history. We also do checks with regards to their references. And then we also fingerprint, that you're familiar with as well, to get a record with DOJ and FBI with regards to any criminal record or history of conviction that may have an impact to their ability to work with students. When someone is fingerprinted, that also means that we have their access to their continuous record. So it's not just that one-time check, it's also an ongoing check. So if someone has subsequent issues with the law, then we also receive reports about that, as that may or may not impact their ability to remain employed in their role. One other thing that I wanted to call out that's new as of January 1st, 2025, is AB 2534. And some of you may have heard of that, but if you haven't, that's with regards to certificated employees only. And what that does, that law started January 1st, and it requires and creates an environment of greater transparency between school districts and public agencies that employ certificated staff. So what that means now is that all certificated employees applying for a job have to disclose their entire work history with agencies on their application. They can't leave any area where they worked off. That also means that school districts are required to inquire with all of the agencies in which the applicant worked, if the applicant had some substantiated claims around egregious misconduct that were reported to CTC, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. And the school district needs to disclose to us any credible, substantiated reports of egregious misconduct, and the relevant documents that went along with that were reported to CTC. School districts have been setting up this system, Elk Grove obviously included, and so that requires a lot of document sharing and report sharing back and forth with each other. Egregious misconduct, just to give some context, that deals with sex offenses with regards to minors. That also deals with drug offenses, and that also deals with child abuse and neglect. So we're talking about, some of the very most serious areas of misconduct. So that is a new piece of legislation that requires a lot more transparency and communication between agencies. And as we work through that, we're also monitoring an impact with regards to the hiring process. There's a deeper dive with regards to each applicant that we're looking into. So we will be continuing to review the impacts to the timing of hiring that has as well. So it's really great with regards to transparency and safety. We are now just really working to streamline systems to keep our hiring processes in place as we get information from the other districts. The remaining information there on the slide highlights areas that are shared in our onboarding packet with new employees. So you'll see mandated reporter responsibilities highlighted, drug-free workplace statements. Those are initial information sharing with regards to expectations and guidelines as an employee, as well as with regards to their rights. It's a start. It's by no means the end to the training and support and information that employees provide, but that is information that's shared in our onboarding packet. The next slide covers our annual mandated trainings that all employees participate in. And I won't, go into a deep explanation of each one, but just to highlight a few. Of course, a very important one is a mandated reporter training. All public school employees are mandated reporters and have a legal responsibility to report any suspected cases of child abuse. We also have, other information in there with regards to student safety, learning and the signs of human trafficking, supporting homeless students. So all of that mandated training provides some really good support and context on these topics, as well as how to respond. And again, of course, this is not the end-all be-all of the training. We have additional supports at our sites, departments, and our professional learning that occurs each year, but this is a good beginning foundation for these topics with our staff. And then also lastly, I just wanted to call out that a position may have additional training that's required for them depending on their duties and their roles and responsibilities to keep them safe and students safe as well. And then lastly, I just wanted to call out some information that not only overlaps with staff, but as well as with volunteers. Just as a reminder, in addition to staff, all of our volunteers who work in our schools are subject to criminal background check as well, Department of Justice and FBI. And then, of course, we have the tuberculosis screening that happens as well with volunteers who work frequently with our students. And next up, I'll start transitioning over to Chad with athletics.
All right, thank you, Corey. So we'll talk just a minute about athletics. As we continue to speak about the onboarding process for our staff, all of our athletic coaches receive the same onboarding as other staff. In addition to the training that Corey spoke about, we also have our coaches with additional training for first aid, CPR, sudden cardiac arrest, head injury, and then the concussion protocols that they adhere to. The California Interscholastic Federation, CIF, uses a program called Home Campus. It's a web-based program that we use to collect all of the athletic clearance forms, all of the medical signatures, physicals, information about transportation, student and parent acknowledgements so that their athletes can participate on our teams. All of our coaches and athletes participate in annual concussion testing, and we use an app that's called Sway. If you have had athletes come through the program recently, it's basically an app that provides each athlete with a baseline test that we can refer back to in case they are injured or received a concussion. So it gives us that baseline of where they were prior to the injury. And then we also have athletic trainers at all of our comprehensive high schools to assist our teams with their training and any rehab needs to ensure our athletes are safe to participate. So we can change gears a little bit and begin to talk about our annual pre-service. We know Miss Avey has the next presentation, so we partnered with elementary ed and Jennifer to get ready for this morning. So this work leads to our annual pre-service with our site administrators as they develop their culture of safety on all of our campuses. As with the majority of the safety items, there's both a preventative and a responsive component to them. All of our site administrators are trained using the same slide decks so that they can in turn deliver that same professional development to their staff using the same presentations. We partner annually with a variety of groups, EGA, our legal team, safety and security, and then we reference a few federal departments with Department of Homeland Security to co-create how the training is developed so sites can begin to have their culture of safety on their campuses. The training includes the Comprehensive Safe School Plan, which I'll just say the CSSP, staff involvement in student altercations, how to respond in active shooter and first responders, and then our safety and security delivery model. So talking about the Comprehensive Safe School Plan, it's driven by California Education Code 32280 through 32289.5, and it has a variety of components, including the safety team members, the current status of the school, emergency procedures for the staff, we call that our flip charts, and then all of the annual drills we conduct for fire, drop and cover, earthquake, and lockdowns. So in the springtime, here shortly, we'll send out the annual template for the current status of the school. Sometimes we call it our school plan or our school narrative. And then creating the current status of the school is preventative in nature as the site safety team is able to create their safety plans for the year. The current status of the school is a condensed version of the full CSSP binder that sites that principals keep at their sites, but they do give us the safety plan. Elementary and secondary ed reviews them all, and then by October 15th, we notify the board when they're all complete and in place. The current status of the school includes a variety of components. One of them is the safety committee members, and that would be the principal or vice principal, teachers, classified staff, parents, and then other staff like nurses, mental health therapists, after-school providers who are on the team. Includes the school's vision pertaining to safety, all of the academic programs and supports that are in place to support students. It also includes a data analysis, which includes reviewing the data from the current year as well as the previous year. That helps them identify all of their safety goals for the year, and then strategies for implementation of a safe campus. CSSP also includes all of the drills that sites conduct for fire, earthquake, and lockdowns. You can see which drills are required, how frequently, each month, each trimester, or each semester. And then we keep track of all of our drills in logs that we use to monitor the completion, to debrief the drills, and ensure staff and students are following the procedures for each of those specific drills. CSSP also identifies emergency procedure guidelines that update the staff via our flip charts. They're placed in all of the offices and classrooms throughout the district. There's a variety of scenarios included in these flip charts. If you've seen them before, it's things like how to call 911, responding to weapons on campus, bomb threats, chemical accidents, fires, shelter in place, and lockdowns. So we're going to talk about a couple of those here this morning with you. Anytime I talk about safety, I always give the what if rule in your mind. You've had something happen to you, or if you've had a student come through the system, you start thinking about what if. What if this happens? What if that happens? And so I always ask you just to kind of preface that, knowing that there's probably something specific in your mind that you're thinking of. These are overall general guidelines for us to follow. Every situation is unique and requires a different response, but essentially when we're talking about a shelter in place, It's generally when there's police activity in the area. So law enforcement will contact us to let us know what's going on. We ask teachers to basically continue their normal activities and ask students to remain in class while that activity is going on. So we get a call from law enforcement, something's happening in the community, go into shelter in place. We're still teaching, we're still doing our normal activities, we just keep kids in the classrooms and don't let them walk around. Once law enforcement notifies us that the situation's been resolved, we go back to our normal daily routines. The difference between that and a school lockdown is when there's a threat on campus, or possibly the threat can come onto campus from the neighborhood that would require us to go into lockdown. And this is when we notify staff of the event, we have them lock the doors, turn off the lights, close the drapes, etc. And then once the incident is resolved, law enforcement will give us the all clear that we're able to return to normal practices. Throughout these events, we're in close communication with law enforcement, our communications team, which you'll hear from Lisa in a moment, and our schools, so that we can analyze each situation in real time. Like I said, every situation is unique, and we're dealing with a lot of things as this is going on, and communication is key with everybody. Essentially, communications will send out an initial message when we're in a lockdown, and they were using talking points that a lockdown incident is taking place so that we can notify staff and parents. And then we'll send out a second communication once the incident is over, describing a little bit further what had happened. Every situation is specific, and we follow law enforcement guidance during shelter in place and during lockdowns. So we're in that constant communication with our law enforcement officers, which I'll talk about in just a moment, getting guidance for them, what to do, what can we do, et cetera. So a couple of examples of these would be, excuse me, if we have a report of a weapon on campus and we know who the student is, generally we wouldn't go into a lockdown situation along those lines. We wouldn't want to alert the bells. That might give the student notice that we know possibly has a weapon. We'll have law enforcement go into a classroom or go contact the student and identify if they have a weapon or not, and then we take appropriate action on the next steps. If we have a report, that same report, that a student has a weapon on campus, and then when law enforcement goes to contact the student, if they run, now that's a different situation. Other students are potentially in danger. We would go into a lockdown in that situation until we're able to apprehend the student, make sure that they don't have a weapon and that everybody's safe. So a little bit of different scenarios on when we might use one situation versus the next. There are a couple of updates coming this year from July 1st, 25, per Assembly Bill 2887. So the first change is that we'll add into our emergency procedures on the flip chart medical emergencies that include the use of the AEDs, and then we'll include Narcan and EpiPens. All of our sites are equipped with that, those safety measures. So we'll put those into our flip charts. And then sites also have an active crisis response kit that includes a variety of safety materials. So we'll include that information in our flip charts as well. And then the second change pertains to instructional continuity plans. And basically, if campus is disrupted for 5 or more days due to an emergency situation, an easy example might be California fires. If we had to miss school for 5+ days, we would institute a plan to have non-in-person instruction similar to how we did during the pandemic. And then lastly, we use the safety plan information as a responsive product. The CSSP gives guidance to staff to make the best decisions we can during a crisis situation, defines specific roles for our safety team members, provides guidance for students and staff during emergencies, and we follow up on crisis incidents with safety debriefs so we can learn from that incident and then how to better prepare in the future. Another part of our summer in-service training includes guidance to administrators and staff on their involvement in student altercations. So whether or not to physically intervene in physical altercations is an individual decision that's based upon many factors, but staff must take appropriate action to ensure the health and safety of our students. Staff are not required to intervene if it's unsafe for them to do so, and we communicate that message regularly. Guidance for this is based upon Ed Code 44807, and then we have a few board policies, 41, 42, and 4358, that align with our collective bargaining agreements, and then guidance from our legal partners. So in response to student altercations, staff must use some de-escalation techniques techniques, such as verbally directing students to stop the conduct, possibly dismissing onlookers, and then being mindful of what we're doing as adults that could lead to further escalation of the incident. If it's unsafe for staff to physically intervene, school staff must take immediate action and necessary steps to obtain assistance from others so that they can intervene and end that altercation. So at a minimum, we need to call for help. We've begun offering crisis prevention and intervention trainings. That was in partnership with EGA and our Curriculum Professional Learning Department so that staff can take training on what some of these de-escalation techniques are, and those are currently being offered now. Another part of our safety prevention is information on WeTip. So this slide has some information about WeTip. Our students, they're the eyes and the ears of our schools. And we definitely want to ensure that we have a positive relationships with our students so that they feel welcome and safe. If they see something, know something, then they will say something to a trusted adult on campus. And this happens every single day. We have students giving us a heads up when something is about to happen. They can do this in a few different ways. We have an anonymous incident reporting system in place called the WeTip, and it's part of our Catapult incident reporting system. So every school webpage has a link to the incident reporting on their homepage, so students can log right into the homepage, click on the link, and then fill out a report for us. There's a few components of this. Students, staff, and the community can submit reports regarding incidents on campus, and then reporters can remain anonymous, or they can leave their contact information if they want to be contacted, but basically they can alert administrators to incidents taking place on campus in the community. We're also currently in a pilot and exploratory phase with Catapult, with the goal of being able to communicate during and after events with staff and community using a similar program. So this would provide instant communication with our staff if we go into a lockdown, and then we can communicate with parents as well. And then lastly, WeTip is also a part of our workplace violence program that you heard a little bit about earlier. Staff can use that to report risk management, safety and security, and police when there's workplace violence incidents going on that are impacting them. Right. Change gears a little bit and talk about restrooms. I know there's been a lot of questions about restrooms lately, so we'll take a few minutes to review the education code that impacts them, supervision, our discipline guidelines when we respond to activities taking place in the restroom, and then share some information about 5-star students. So we have Ed Code 35292.5. There's a few main components that have been shared. Basically, every K through 12 school shall have a restroom that's maintained, cleaned, and stocked at all times with restroom supplies. And then the school shall keep all restrooms open during school hours and while students are in class. When we talk about supervision, we ask our administrators and campus monitors and campus supervisors to supervise the restrooms throughout the day. And while they're doing that, trying to think about what's it like before school, what's it like after school, during passing period, and lunchtime, because all of those scenarios are a little bit different. We definitely have large campuses, so we try to rotate staff around to make sure that we're supervising all of the areas on campuses throughout the day to ensure our students are safe. And then our sites have a lead custodian on campus during the day, and they're available when more supplies are needed. They can come in and restock those bathrooms and make sure they're clean and safe, ready to go for students. So we do have a few ed codes that we see common, then we intervene with when there are questions about discipline, if you will, in the bathrooms. So one of them is Education Code 48900H, which pertains to tobacco. So we have done some exploration with vape detectors that some district has and have installed in their restrooms, and then there's some publications available to us as well. One of the districts, for example, is the Orange County Department of Education. They provided some information about their vape detectors, including the cost. There's annual fees associated with them. You have to have connectivity, so they're either Wi-Fi or internet wiring, and then the administrators on campus using an app to monitor. So basically, if somebody was vaping, your app goes off, you go over and check in on the restroom. Throughout that process, their administrators did not see any decline in the amount of vaping or tobacco that was being used in the campuses, which is unfortunate. And then there's also some materials from Center of Disease Control and Prevention and the American Lung Association, and they too say there is not any specific evidence to suggest that the installation of vape detectors is any deterrent to students vaping in the bathrooms. There's two main ed codes that I said. First one is 48900H, which is the possession or use of tobacco or products containing tobacco. We also include e-cigarettes and vaping in this guidance. So when we catch students vaping in the classroom, there's a variety of discipline guidelines that we follow, basically always using progressive discipline, conference with students and parents. As we meet with students, that could lead to a student study team, possible referral to MTSS if needed. We always want to try alternatives to suspension. Is there some sort of tobacco cessation? Because there's some sort of educational piece that the students can do. There may be restorative practices. Are there some counseling that we can do? Learning, is there harm that's implemented by you doing this in the classroom? And then ultimately, we can do suspension, and that would be progressive based on the incident, going from a 1 day up to a 2 to 4, up to possibly 3 to 5. And then if this becomes repeated, ultimately, we could recommend for expulsion. Similarly, we have 48900F, which is causing damage to the restrooms. Similar list of responses that we would do, very similar with conferences and SST referrals, MTSS referrals leading up to suspension. We do get into some amounts if there's damage. We have admin regs and discipline guidelines that say when we would contact law enforcement officers, depending on the amounts, and then ultimately repeat offenders. We get into the suspensions being progressive, once again, 1 day up to 2 to 4, and then up to 3 to 5. And lastly, with the restrooms, we have 5-star students. So there's been some questions about the app that we're using. 5-star students is a program we're using in secondary education as part of our PBIS program. There's multiple tools within 5-star students that help with student engagement. Schools are using it for class and grade activities, attendance, and then our pass system as well. So schools are using 5-star as a way to monitor student participation. They can check in at athletic events or VAPA events, and then during lunch activities and during rallies. So classes, we can track points, kind of like the Harry Potter model, and have some grade level competitions or class competitions, see who has the most points, who's been attending the most events, et cetera. Students basically use their phone and can just check right in, and they get scanned as they walked in that says they're participating. We can use it for late passes during class. High schools, you can use your phones during the day when you have permission during class. So they can download the app, they have access to it. They would simply scan, check themselves out for a pass, check in with the teacher, and then they could go use the restroom or use the office. Middle schools, there's some different guidance on the cell phones. So teachers typically will enter it into the system, or some classes have like a laptop by the door where they're able to go over and students can kind of initiate their own pass. Either way works. It lets campus supervisors and administrators know that that student has a pass. They can track some of the data, how many students have a pass at the same time, what are the reasons for, are they going to the restroom, are they going to the office, and then how long that student was out of class. We can kind of determine where they've been and for how long. We can set some guidelines, how many students are out of class at one time. And we can ensure students who have had incidents with each other aren't out of class at the same time on a pass. So, example, if we had some bullying going on, we can limit that they both can't be out of class at the same time. So we're ensuring that they're not going out and having continued problems when they're out of class. General rule of thumb, yes, students can always use the restroom when they ask the teacher, but we do have some variation of 10-10. Most sites have some variation of that where we try to keep students in class for the opening 10 minutes and then the closing 10 minutes for the beginning and end of each lesson. Very important, students are there for the first 10 minutes, want to make sure their teacher is introducing the lesson, setting what the learning targets are, setting what the success criteria is for that day. And then the last 10 minutes are important for any assessment. How did we do today? What's the feedback to the class to ensure that they're meeting the learning targets? And we'll talk a little bit about safety and security department. Obviously, Dean and our SROs are not here. We want them out working with our sites, so I'll go ahead and cover these slides. This is our safety and security delivery model. So on the left side, we have a contract in place with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department and Elk Grove Police Department that provides law enforcement responses to our school, and they're by region. So you can see on the left, we have a Lieutenant, Nate Traxler, and Sergeant Brandon Voch. They're from the Sheriff's Department. And then we have 9 school resource officers, or SROs. And we currently have 6 sheriff deputies and then 3 Elk Grove police officers. And then on the right-hand side is an example of how each region is supported by our safety and security teams, and this would be an example of the Franklin region. You can see that each region has a school resource officer, Deputy Jackson in this case, and then Shannon Holmes is the safety and security manager that supports that region. Security specialist Barnby oversees that region, and then each of our sites has campus supervisors and lead campus supervisors that support students and staff on campus. Miss Lisa's up.
Not as tall as Mr. Schweitzer there. Good morning. I think this is a perfect opportunity for communications to kind of wrap up the presentation today as we work closely with everyone that you heard from, but especially safety and security. So today I'm going to focus on two areas, one preventive and one responsive. But first, starting with preventive, we broke it down into two kind of broad topics, schools and then district-wide, and how our department supports both. So a few examples of the proactive and preventative work that our schools do. Some examples here. We want to make sure that our principals and our teachers are communicating on a regular basis. So many of our schools use newsletters weekly or monthly, as well as communicating out through Synergy email. We work closely with schools to make sure they have correct signage. Every school should have a front office where we are requiring anyone visiting the campus to sign in. And then all of our schools, and I'm so proud of this, all 68 of our schools use talking points. Talking points is a two-way communication tool that allows families to communicate back with teachers and principals, and allows principals, teachers, front office staff to communicate with families. It's a text or an app, and it translates into over 150 languages, which is important for our school district. And I'm really proud to say that every single school has used it, and they use it on a regular basis. And the brilliant part of talking points is parents have to opt out. So if you've given us a cell phone, when you've enrolled your child in our school, you're automatically put into talking points, as long as that's kept up to date in Synergy. So you have to opt out. And as of right now, I checked this morning, 99% of families are still in. It's a good number. So district-wide, we have a few preventative tools we use. Every year we update our student and parent handbook. It's a live handbook on our website. As new laws change, we make sure that it's updated on a regular basis, and we work with all of our departments and schools in the spring to make sure that it's current for the following year. We also get that translated into various languages. Our websites, we work closely with our webmasters at our schools. We offer training on a regular basis. Here's an example of one of our schools' homepages. Mr. Schweitzer earlier mentioned the incident reporting. That is on every homepage at every single school website. And then we want to make sure that the news section on the website stays relevant so our families have access to what is happening in the district and on the campuses. We also work with our schools in social media. We know this is a tool that many families utilize, so we want to make sure that we're also doing positive messaging, but also making sure that we use it as a communication tool for families who rely on Facebook or Instagram. The communications department sends out every other week a community update, basically letting the community know what is happening around the school district and if there's any events that are taking place. It's just another tool that we use to make sure that our families, our community members are aware of what is happening in our district. And then finally, as I mentioned when I first came up, we really focus in on collaborating with all the departments, schools, and especially law enforcement. So I wanted to give you an example of what that looks like in regards to responsive. So I want you to think of what Mr. Schweitzer earlier mentioned about a lockdown. And these are the steps that our communications department takes as soon as we hear that this might be happening. So first, we confirm with EGUSD Safety and Security, school director, that the school is officially going on lockdown. Then I automatically check in with law enforcement and then stay connected throughout the event. We determine what caused the lockdown by staying in contact with law enforcement, and then they tell us what to report out with, in collaboration with our safety and security department. We've decided to use talking points, as Mr. Schweitzer mentioned earlier, as the initial form of communication. It's quick. It gives, it allows every family who speaks a different language or reads in a different language to get access to know what is going on. So we use that. We do that right away. Then we also go to the school's website and we put what's called a pop-up alert. We want to make sure families are aware there's different locations that they can find information about what is happening at their school site. So a pop-up will be a little message right when you go to the school website that will say, such and such school is currently on a lockdown, you know, basically the same exact message that we send out in talking points. Then we also put this on social media. We know, again, families use various platforms to learn about what is happening in our district and in our schools. So we put not only on the website, but on the school's social media accounts as well. Once we know what is happening and what has transpired, we will send out follow-up messages to principals who can send out to their staff what is going on. This will be enhanced with Catapult EMS, which is what Mr. Schweitzer also talked about. Following that, once the event has been lifted, we work closely with law enforcement on the language we can use, because oftentimes it still is a live current investigation. Before we prepare a letter, we check in with safety and security, we check in with the two assistant superintendents, we check in with law enforcement, then we write our letter, put in what we can, and we send it out to families via email. We'll send out a talking points saying that the lockdown has been lifted, and then the letter comes out with a little more details, as many details as we are allowed to provide as law enforcement allows us to. And then if needed, we want to make sure our feeder schools, our elementary schools, if this is happening at a high school or middle school, our feeder schools are aware of what's happening, so we let the principals know that as well. All right, I think I'm turning it over to Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you, Lisa, and all. At the beginning of the presentation, I mentioned that we'd be seeing another triangle, and most people, I believe, are probably familiar with Maslow's hierarchy. And we put this up here not because we're doing a direct parallel to MTSS, although there is, but the bottom line is this, and this is how the presentation was actually developed. If we think about kids, when Superintendent Hoffman asked the team to develop a comprehensive report, initially everybody kind of went off into their own corners and started thinking about their worlds, and there's a lot, as you've seen. And so the trick is always how much do you provide? We could, on any one of these, literally any one of these slides or any one of these topics could be broken down, and we could spend literally an entire day. But what we hope is that we provided a story that was logically sequenced and not just a random group of items and topics that we talked about. Because the thinking was, put ourselves in the shoes of a child and start from home. And so when you think about it, that's how we did this, which is our kids are beginning to come to school, and in order for them to feel safe, it starts, what does it look like? What is the school facility? Whether it's kids or any staff member, we need safe, welcoming, physical spaces that kids are coming to. And for those that are on buses, we want to make sure that they're safe and feel welcomed. And when you start to walk to your teacher's classroom, are teachers welcoming you, and are they making you feel welcome? And on the way, are you feeling like this is a place that I want to be? Are you feeling like this is a place I know I'm going to be safe and I'm going to be respected, and I know I have an opportunity to learn and be successful? And when the day ends and I'm going to other activities, whether those are athletics, that I know that there's safety measures in place and I feel excited about going to those activities and there are people who are supporting me. And ultimately, when I get home, I have an opportunity to tell my parents or my caregivers about the success that I had in school and how good I felt going and being there and coming home. And that was the attempt that we made in the design of the presentation. And so just to go back, and hopefully what we've done is shared that this belief, the physical and emotional safety of our students and staff, is a necessity if we are to realize our learning vision. And just a second about that term learning vision, that just wasn't pulled out of thin air either. If we think about both the emotional and physical safety of our kids, and we ground what we do down to the two basic things, the two most basic things. We teach with the intent for kids to learn. That's what we do. And that will not happen unless kids feel physically and emotionally safe. And our supporting beliefs, just want to finish up with these again, that we implement and continuously evaluate with the intent to improve a preventative and responsive safety system that is comprehensively designed and implemented and evaluated. All services are comprehensive, in the comprehensive system are integrated, and often, as you've heard, I don't think there's anything that we do that relates to safety that is done by an individual or a single department. It doesn't happen. And then the strong collaboration and communication that takes place. And with that, the team welcomes your questions and comments, and we're ready to respond.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and thank you, everybody, for that presentation. Mr. Yang, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Good morning, everyone. Board President, there is no blue card on this item.
Thank you very much. All right, then let's move on to board member questions. We'll start on this end with Ms. Davis. Any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. It was really informative. I do have a couple questions. On the facility side, on radios, do we provide enough radios to our schools for emergency situations? I know custodians are issued one, offices are issued one, but when you're in a lockdown, the ability to communicate with others is really difficult, and I'm wondering if there's any plans or opportunities other than the schools having to purchase the radios themselves.
I can speak to that. I know 22, 23, we inventoried every school site, and they let us know how many they needed, and we bought, I think the number, I'd have to double check, was around 300 radios that we distributed out to sites, and we did that centrally.
Okay.
Just one piece off of that is with the implementation of Catapult, I mean, one of the pieces we're going to be able to do is beyond radios is we're going to be able to contact through computer, through cell phones, and be able to provide updates even quicker than we'd be able to do and more comprehensively than we'd be able to do through the radios.
Okay. Another question for the HR piece. Does AB 2534 slow down the hiring process? It's already a cumbersome process as it is.
Hi, thank you for that question. Yes, we're going to anticipate some slowdowns, particularly as this is new. So we're already working with our regional partners to make sure we have good information about the contacts lists or emails of the agencies that we need to reach out to exchange information. But as different agencies implement this in different ways, there could be some slowdowns. But we will be actively monitoring this because our priority is getting folks in their positions to get ready to serve our students and our families. So we are keeping an eye on this very closely.
Okay,
Thanks for that question.
We are also pushing at the state level for, I mean, much of this information is housed at CDC. Right? And so they have their CTC, sorry. So that information's there. So there is some push with the legislators to be able to do this, but have a central clearinghouse where the districts would contact one spot and be able to get the feedback where people have worked in the past versus having to reach out to multiple places. So there's some implementation pieces that I don't think were intended when they did the legislation. I know it's hard to believe, so we're kind of working through some logistics of how we can make that better.
Okay, thank you. On the 12 trainings that everybody mandated trainings, new employees, do they do that during an onboarding process, or are they given the same amount of time during the year as regular employees?
Yeah, so the mandated training happens in 3 phases over the course of the year. So depending on the department that they work in or the school site that they work in, they work with their supervisor to get the time during their day to take those courses during those different phases.
Okay. Chad, the de-escalation training, will this be continued with classified staff? You mentioned that it was done with certificated staff only, but there's many opportunities that could be used in offices and out on campuses with classified also?
Yeah, we can definitely expand that. I know the first step was with certificated staff, and then our campus supervisors, leads, and then the campus supervisors, they had to get trained on it as well. They're usually kind of our, first responder, if you will, to an incident on campus. So we can definitely expand it to be classified as well.
That would be great, because the office staff is usually the first line with adults. I know that's
Sure.
de-escalating students, but we have to de-escalate adults on a regular basis in our school offices, and any training would be great. Also, are we doing any kind of parent training? I know when we go into these lockdowns, the first reaction with parents is to rush to the campuses or start calling. Is there any kind of education that we can do to parents so that they understand our protocols and why we're not answering telephones and why we don't open the doors when they knock on them?
Yeah, definitely. I was at schools yesterday when we had an incident.
Chad, is your mic on?
Yes. Do I need to be louder? Is that better? There we go. So I was at a school yesterday and experienced that and jumped right in to assist staff in doing so. I think it's over communication with parents. Obviously, when there's a lockdown, depending on the situation, we don't want parents coming onto campus to pick up their students and adding to, people in the parking lot and additional people to deal with. So I think it's a matter of communication with them through the school site council or your safety teams, your safety committees at your schools. There's an opportunity through that comprehensive safe school plan process to educate parents, because we do have parents who sit on that. They can in turn then have that discussion. I, for example, always had them share then with PTA, PTO at the meetings just how to respond, and then we can also do training with parents as well, and we've had our law enforcement partners help assist with that.
Yeah, I think that would be great, because if you looked at social media yesterday, it was blowing up with unable to get information. Well, we were putting out information.
Ms. Davis, if I could, over here.
Oh, there you are.
Sorry. I wanted to add to that. You have perfect timing. 2 weeks ago, when I met with Superintendent Hoffman, I shared with him the exact kind of same question about what are we doing to notify and let parents understand what our safety procedures are. And so we started to map out, and you'll see this happening in the fall, a safety campaign that will touch all different aspects of how we keep our schools safe. This will go out in a comprehensive way via our websites, back to school night, social media, through emails, through our ways that we communicate, and it'll be a series of different topics, all that have to do with how we keep our kids safe so that parents can better understand.
That would be great. The 5-star program, using cell phones, does that not cause a conflict with the students with the no cell phone policies and laws?
We haven't had, that I'm aware of, the concerns at the high school, because students can use their cell phones at the high school segment, during non-instructional time, and then generally they ask the teacher for a pass, and then they would get their phone out to implement the system with 5-star. Middle schools are different. We ask no cell phone use, gate to gate. So that's where the teacher would come in. If a student needs to use the restroom, go up and talk with the teacher. The teacher can log into the system. They just have it open on their laptop. and can issue a pass to the student into the system that way, and then the student would walk around. If they were stopped by, a campus supervisor or an adult on campus asking about it, they can open that app and show that the student has a pass for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
With them, if they can find 1 inch, they're going to take that mile.
Yeah.
And campus supervisors, do we have plans to keep them at our elementary sites? I know those were funded through a different source, but are we planning to try to keep them there?
I know that that's through our ongoing budget development, through our ESSER funding and recovery grants, and those will be presented to the board
Okay.
in the future.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Albiani.
I don't have very many comments. I have sat here for a long time, and I really appreciate the words, we continue to evaluate and improve. And I can tell you, when I sat here 10 years ago, that was not the presentation that was given, and there was nothing near it. So I really appreciate the work we're doing and the way we're trying to talk to students. Mr. Schweitzer spoke to our own personal experiences. My children experienced a active shooter, possible active shooter at a time when they were in high school. And so living through that process as a parent, I hear even improvements to that. But I will say at that point I did feel fine. I did drive to the school. I didn't enter the school because there were people with armed machine guns surrounding the school. But I did feel safe with my children in there. I mean, as safe as you can in that moment. And I knew the people, I had the privilege of knowing the people that were taking care of them and responding. And I hope that our parents know, like I did that day, that those adults would have done anything for our kids. I also want to point out, when we do the safety program in the fall, if we can talk about locking up guns at home. We've had a group come to us and talk about that. And we are partners with our families, and children don't, things come from home, and we're dealing with them, and we need to deal with them together, and people need to be safe to and responsible to our whole community as individuals. So if we can make sure and include that in that. And I think one of the things that we talk about through being safe with each other and giving our children a safe place is respecting our children and respecting what they need. And I think that's an important factor when we're talking about the stress of them being able to take care of themselves at school and have the support they need at school. And one of the best things my kids ever said to me was they felt like their teachers respected them at their school. And that gave them such pride and had them respect their teachers. And so that model's very impressive. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yang.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for all the presenters. There's a lot of great information there. EGUSD is a big school district. We have approximately 64,000 students and 6,500 staff. And the topic and the area of academic, social, and behavior of safety is very important, because that's the core of either our students going to learn or not going to learn appropriately. So it's a very, very critical topics that we have to do a great job on. And yeah, I myself been here 5 years going. Yeah, I do agree that we have improved in a lot of areas, like the restorative practices area. That part, I think we have put a lot of resource in there, and we have made a lot of improvement. And on the other area as well, I think communications has been great as far as sending out to the public. We are very effective on that. From time to time, there could be improvement, but that's very rare in my fifth year here. I want to dive in on very detailed stuff, because I think that in the general sense, I think we have done a tremendous job. But as a board member and also a parent here, I myself have experienced a few experiences, and sometimes it's pretty frightening as well, as far as possible shooting on campuses. And one time I got a call from my son saying, "Hey, Dad, I'm under the desk. There's possibly gun on the campus and so forth." And I mean, that kind of phone call, it's very scary. So I share a little bit of that experience as well. So let's go right at it. So for me, it's really about prevention, and then that deals with reactive and proactive as well, right? So for, let's just say, materials that we provide to our students and also to our staff, I just wanted to know what are the absolute red flags that we don't give out or not allow for them to have access to. Let's start with that.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Is there any sort of training that we emphasize the importance of not sharing with the staff and students? What sort of training do we provide so that they have some sort of idea, hey, these materials are red flag, and we not going to present these material to the staff or to the students, most importantly?
Yeah, we try to I talked a little bit about using the same presentation that we use with our administrators and then having them in turn do that with our staff. There's a few things that I'm thinking of, and let me know if this is kind of along the lines. All of our information on the discipline guidelines is published, and it's part of our parent handbook that parents have access to that kind of lists some of the things that they can and can't do. And I'm thinking bringing things to campus, whether it's a controlled substance, weapon, something along those lines, if that's where you're leading. Otherwise, we also, through the safety plans, have the series of drills that we do, and those would be more responsive when a situation happens, how we ask our staff and students to be prepared for it and then be able to respond to those situations. I'm not sure if that answers what I think what I'm hearing you say is what can they bring to school and what can't they bring to school. And some of those things are listed in the discipline guidelines, but I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, what you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, the things that list on the discipline guideline, I mean, that's good as well. I'm just concerned that, we, in particular, this part where we see practices rather usually coming from the teacher or staff, and that resonate discrimination or racism and so forth, right? And it seems like it happened every single year. It possibly, in a different form or even material. And I just want to know, specifically to like the N-word, right? So I just want to know, there has to be some sort of common sense. Rather, it's, I just wanted to know, so that we be transparent to the public that, this is what we have done or doing and going to do, so that there's no question. Rather, we are training our staff and students about not doing this or using this kind of material. Do we have anything concrete?
So there has been some very specific training that we've done through our curriculum professional learning department about using inappropriate, in some cases, racist language that could be included in some of the instructional materials, especially in novels at some of the higher grade levels. So we have given very specific direction on how to do that. So that's one example of how we've gone about addressing that.
Yeah, and also all of our sites are currently going through restorative practices training in collaboration with CPL last year, recently, giving staff access to how to teach sensitive content. So there's some guidance in place on that staff can refer to as well, looking at the materials and instructional materials that they're using also.
Okay, yeah, because that's a huge concern for me, and I'm sure for other folks too. Sitting here taking public comment in regard to that area of the N-word being, I wouldn't say practice, but use more frequent than we wanted to hear. And I know that we can't control everything, but I just want us to reemphasize our training intensively so that we could, if we need to bring additional professionals in to give us a more in-depth training, I think it's necessary because it seems like it happens all the time. And like I said, we can't control everyone 100% of the time, but we can control ourselves as far as our training, our intense training. So with that said, I'm going to the next item. So fighting, right? So fighting, I know that we train our staff of how to intervene and help out any way they can, as far as verbal, sometimes, physical, breaking it off, the fights and so forth. Specifically that, I just want to know, have we trained our staff in kind of mimicking a actual fight so that they have that experience versus just reading through stuff or hearing folks talk about it?
Yeah, like a simulation or a role play.
Yeah.
So our campus supervisors go through annual training that we've begun to do just that, to look at incidents and see how to de-escalate them. They're actually one of our groups they will engage with students. Other staff we encourage to use de-escalation or at least call for help and deter others from coming into it. So that is training that's provided to specific groups like campus supervisors.
So our teachers are not being trained in that platform?
Not in that situation where we would have live role playing going on. No, we give them more guidance on the staff involvement in student altercations, how to intervene when activities do happen like that.
So are they responsible to break a fight?
Every situation is, are you talking about teachers?
Yeah.
So every instance, if they feel that it's safe to, and depending on a variety of factors, if you're talking about two sixth grade students who are engaged in a fight, that might be easier to break up than two high school seniors who are both on the football team. So you have to take into account as an individual, height, weight, how close is the next person, situations like that to determine if you're going to intervene or not.
Yeah, I completely get you on that, Chad. My recommendation is that if we kind of give them an open-ended sort of option, we got to provide some sort of training. So let's just say we don't provide them training in breaking a physical fight, then we should specifically ask them not to get into breaking the fights. Because, we are kind of recommending them to do things that they are not trained to do. It's not pushing them to fail, but we are setting up them to fail, right? Because if I never broke a fight before, I don't know what my reaction will be, and so that leads to so many, some disciplines, I should say, that in the actuality of a emotion, physical fights, teacher gets in there and they get all sort of emotion that kicks in that they probably haven't experienced before, and if they say something or done something in their best know-how, but then it kind of breaks the policies and they get into troubles, and there's like so many bad things that could happen. So for me, I think that we have to be very clear about that, So as a board member, I personally would like to either have our staff trained so that they are prepared to break out a fight physically. But of course, we're going to leave it open as well. Say, hey, you don't have to if you don't feel like it's safe. But if we are, because what I heard from you is we leave it open up to them, which means we do sort of encourage them to do so as well, if their judgment says it's okay, right? You know what I mean?
Yes, definitely. And one component of the safety committee and ongoing safety training with our staff, we encourage our administrators to do a tabletop type of discussion where you kind of present a scenario. We definitely do this with our vice principals and principals, kind of on that collaboration. So, have a conversation about your table. Here's a situation. It could be in your example, 2 students are fighting. Everybody needs to think about, how am I going to respond to that based upon that situation? Jennifer and I are going to respond to the same fight very differently, just based on height and weight and our own backgrounds, et cetera. So that's something that as you start to mentally prepare as a staff member, regardless of what role you're in, how am I going to respond in this situation, whether it's a fight or an active shooter or some other threat on campus? What do I do to be prepared so that when that happens, I'm ready to intervene?
Yeah, last comment on that is just that I know what you just said there makes so much sense as far as, you and Jennifer maybe intervening to a physical fight. I get it, but the only thing I ask is that we train them and we prepare them, right? So if we don't train them, we don't prepare them, we set them up for failures and possibly a lot of consequences come to their behalf. And I have seen it, in closed sessions that, teacher done things they shouldn't have. But we don't train them. So it's like, again, we set them for failure. So that's my recommendation in this topic. Jennifer, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that as a district, we provide what's called CPI training. It's crisis prevention training. So that is an intensive training that can last for up to 2 days, 8 hours, depending on how it's set up. And we have staff across the entire district who are trained in that. And that does look at how you can intervene, how you would do safe holds on students to separate in an altercation. And that isn't for every staff member, but all sites have staff members who have been trained in that. One of the outcomes of the CPI training, which was the training that Mr. Schweitzer referred to and was a collaboration with our Elk Grove, the Educators Association, was a condensed version of that. That's the hour training that's currently going out to all certificated staff right now. And what it really emphasizes is it's called Q-tip, quit taking it personally. So it's really the mindset of the adult who's in this situation so that they're able to de-escalate and to make those sound decisions about if you're able to intervene physically, verbally, or if you have to call for help. So there is different layers within the system that provide different resources depending on the roles that people play within the district.
Thank you. Another item I'd like to discuss about is shooting. So I know we talked about shootings in the past as far as having protective device inside the campus or perhaps even inside the classroom. Are we allowed to discuss about that publicly?
We do give our administration guidance based upon Department of Homeland Security. I purposefully didn't share all of that guidance with the staff. We obviously, on live and recorded, so I didn't go into great detail about that. But I can try to answer questions, leaving it global or, without divulging too much information that we don't want, publicly shared.
Yeah.
Basic concept, just to make sure, run, hide, fight. So the basic concept that comes out of Homeland Security and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the idea that we want to make sure we're protected, from the outside. But if you come into a situation where an active person's coming into a classroom and is going to be a danger to students, there may be a situation where the folks that are in that room need to react in some way. I mean, so without going into detail about that, that is training that we do across our sites, and it's a less than comfortable conversation, but it's a reality, and we have great coordination with our law enforcement partners. We do pretty regular, almost on an annual basis, active shooter trainings where we take over an entire campus during a spring break or during the summer, and we have multiple agencies that go through the full process of what that looks like. So a lot of work around it, with the idea that some things you can't do until they happen. So making sure people have the information they need to make the best decision they can in a terrible situation.
Along those lines, we do, along with those active shooter trainings, we do recruit students and staff who are wanting to participate in that, to come and be volunteers and, role play on campuses when there are incidents along those lines. And then it also kind of goes back to the tabletop discussion. So when we present a scenario that is an active shooter, how are you going to respond along the lines of the run, hide, fight? Am I able to leave campus? Can I, if I'm out on the playground, do I have an opportunity to leave? Do I go to the nearest building and secure ourselves, et cetera? And if somebody comes into my classroom or in my office, how am I going to respond to that? Are there objects that are naturally in here that I might be able to use to make sure that we're safe?
So those training, are they presentations? Are they in-person training as far as try to simulate the situation as real as possible?
Yeah, those active shooter trainings, I think the last one was at Franklin and Toby most recently. I see Ms. Ballerini nodding her head, where we took over both schools. We alert the community. We have law enforcement, first responders there, and they go through actual scenarios.
Okay.
Yeah, simulating everything from start to finish.
So I don't know if this is a question you can answer or not, but do we have weapon on site to protect ourselves as far as staff and student?
We do not.
Okay.
So our SROs are armed.
Our SROs are,
right.
Okay. Resource officers.
But my understanding is not every campus has an SRO, right?
Well, they are assigned regionally, where they would secure, each SRO is assigned to a region where they would support students.
That's my understanding. Yeah. Is there a approximate response time to be on site if there is a shooting?
Yeah, it just depends on location, and in that situation, we are supported also with Elk Grove PD, and depending on which part of your city, Folsom PD, Sacramento PD, Sac County Sheriff's Department. So all of those agencies would engage if there was a situation where we had an active shooter.
The advantage that we have is that we have the 9 SROs that are actually, and the sergeant and the lieutenant that are actually working for Elk Grove Unified exclusively. Another school district that doesn't have that relationship is waiting for response from folks that are on patrol in the area. And while we'll still get the response from patrol in the area like any other, we also have our internal folks that are working exclusively for Elk Grove Unified. So I don't know, I don't have a timing on the response time, but our response time would have to be faster than just waiting for a regular patrol response.
So I do like what I just heard, but I would like to recommend to see if you guys could ask our SROs along with the PD to see if they could come out with a approximate response time so that we have a good idea of that. I think it's information that is critical for us to have so that they, on the other end, that there are protectors, they have a good idea, hey, this is the minimum that we could actually get there. And so forth. So I think that time, that response time, is very important. So I would like to recommend, I like you guys to get that from them so that we all have that information. So last thing here, I'm taking a little longer, I'm sorry, but this is very important. I have kids in the district, and every kid is important to me and to all of us. And this is sort of stuff that, no one wants to happen, but when it happens, people die usually. So that's the worst thing that could happen. So bear with me. The last part. So if specifically about Valley High, right? So Valley High school has gone through quite a bit of challenges, in particular this school year, in regard to the football season has been canceled. It generated a lot of frustration, a lot of disappointment, and for me, it kind of bursts out to, possibly even fights and, other stuff. And I seen it, a few fights actually, and broke out in a rally that I attend. And it was sad to see. It really was, I just want to be very transparent. I wanted to say something, but I was not granted to say something in that rally, because I just wanted to share how hurtful I was and how much I care for the students and the staff and the parents, especially the football players and the cheerleaders, so that they know that I care, personally, right, as a board member, that specifically overseeing that school region. But I wasn't given the opportunity, which I was disappointed. And then, as the rally went on, it got into, argument, people got into fights, Seems like they got into like 2-3 fights, And it was just very sad. And for me, going forward, I just want all of us to take situation like that, or the level of I say disappointment and or seriousness in any school district, or I'm sorry, any school. I think that we as leaders, we have to come together and participate in rally or whatever that it may be, so that we could be in person communicating with the students and the staff. And I think that those kind of level of problems, it demands that, but we didn't do that, right? And I tried, but I was not in control of who can talk, who could not talk, but me and Chris and Chad and all of you, whoever that is appropriate to show up, I think going forward we have to put that as a part of restorative practices to that level of problems. So I just want to end there, and with all of that said, I want to thank you, all of you, from the bottom of my heart, because again, my kids are in the school along with 64,000 students, and there's a lot of work that we have done great, and there's small areas that we could definitely deep dive and work on it to improve on it. And I hope I have done a little bit of providing solution to my recommendation, because this is not easy. I get it. So thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini.
Okay, I'm going to start at the beginning of the presentation. So Kristen, I think this is for you. I've been going out visiting the different schools, and I love the replacement material we're doing on the playgrounds, but I'm wondering, do you have a schedule of when we're going out and all of that, so we can see where we are with the completion of those projects?
Yes, we do. We, between risk management, maintenance, and operations, they keep an annual schedule to make sure that those boxes are maintained, and sometimes they're overfilled and we need to peel those back, but that's all part of the playground inspections as well.
So, where was I? Hine. I was at Hine the other day, and the kindergarten playground had the new fall, I don't know what you call it, plastic carpet stuff. And they also, at the same time, had the equipment replaced. Is that what's happening, the equipment and the fall material?
Yeah, depending on, again, kind of the grade level bands, making sure that we have age-appropriate play structures at our schools as we're expanding transitional kindergarten and potentially preschool at our sites. We want to make sure we have smaller structures.
Right.
And then we also do the playground inspections that tell us, okay, this needs updated. And so we have a schedule that we work on between facilities, M&O, and risk management to do playground replacement when ready, and then again the annual fall material.
Okay, and when you take the wood chippy stuff out of there, is it possible, is it treated with something that would be bad for the plants, or can we, like, I'm always trying to recycle, can we move it from there, like maybe into bedding areas if there's possible?
That is a question I'll have to follow up on. I'm not sure.
I don't know, and it just came to me, so no, I wasn't planning that question. Okay, let's see. I think this is still you, because I have Todd's name written. Anyway, I'm going to ask. Security cameras. I've actually talked to the superintendent about this, but I just wanted to put it out there so that the other board members know. When I was at another school site, we were talking about the admin having access to the school cameras in real time. I know right now it's quite a process to get access to any film that was taken. So where are we with that process? And is that Todd or you?
Actually, I think it's Todd or Chad.
Oh, okay. Who's taking it?
Turned off with my friends in the back.
Oh, wait, no.
No, it was, there we go.
They both did
Thank you both. So yeah, that's something that we're working on. There was a project initiated under Steve Mate when he was CTO here. There was a hope and desire that we would be able to deliver that functionality to our school site administrators through a tool that would allow us to they would access it through basically a web page, right? And it turns out that particular functionality isn't as fully baked as we'd like it to be. So instead, what we're going to need to do is install a client software on our principals and VPs' computers in order for them to have access. And that's something I'm working with Chad to do right now. And we should be able to get that implemented pretty quickly.
Okay, and would it also go on the SROs, a computer that they use when they're there, or is that... because they're not ours.
Yeah, anyone who needs access and has appropriate rights and it's deemed appropriate for them to view video content, we could make that available.
Okay, and wait, I know it's back here. Okay, so 5-star for students. I know that they use that for checking in and out, so I don't know if that's you or you. I talked to somebody out there that said that they were thinking that it would be useful to be able to have like a Chromebook, say, by the door so that the kids can go in and out, because you mentioned that the teachers have to do it on their own computer, but they were told that they couldn't use Chromebooks for that reason, and because they were supposed to be for students. Do we know anything differently?
Yeah, so it's predominantly at the middle schools where students don't have access to their cell phones.
Right.
It becomes a logistical piece to have an extra Chromebook in every classroom at the door where students can check out. So a couple of different things. Students can use their own and go in on their own Chromebook to 5-star. It's a web-based application to create the pass or get a pass from the teacher and have them do it.
Okay.
It's kind of replacing just the handwritten pass that a teacher would normally write, right? So you would walk up and get a handwritten pass or use a device that's in the classroom that shows you're on a pass. Now we're just using it electronically.
Okay.
So there's a little inconvenience at the middle school level, definitely.
Yeah, and so that brings up the whole cell phone policy thing. I know that there's different we haven't come up with the policy ourselves yet that I know of. I haven't seen one. And I know we have a deadline coming as to one of those. What are we doing, and are we doing the same thing at all of the middle schools and all of the high schools as far as cell phones is concerned, or is it different?
There are administrative regs. I'm not sure if you're talking about a board member cell phone use, but we do have guidance in place through our administrative regs, board policy, that outlines that. Essentially at high school, it's they can use it during the day, during non-instructional time, so before school, after school, passing period, lunch, or with teacher permission during instructional time. So teachers might say, get out your cell phones if you need a calculator or to look up research or something along those lines. At the middle school level, not at all, only with permission from an adult. So I've been at middle schools, students will walk up to a campus supervisor or administrator on campus at lunch and say, hey, I need to call my mom, I need something. So I've seen that happen. Or during instructional time with teacher permission along the same lines. And then elementary school, similarly, not at all.
Gate to gate or whatever they call it. Okay. And so we are not locking up and taking responsibility for students' cell phones at this point in time?
Correct. Nope.
Okay. And is that, I know there's a state law that doesn't come into play till later on. Is that what we're doing now going to be okay with this, what the state law is as far as cell phones?
I'm not aware of anything new coming, but that's the most recent update, and we completed that last year in partnership with our legal partners, resource officers, and our law enforcement teams as well. Yeah, I'm not aware of anything new coming.
Okay.
And we believe our current policy meets the new law.
Perfect. That's what I need to know. Okay. All right. Real time. Oh, this might be you again, Todd. I don't know. I'm going to guess. As most of you know, I did work here in the district office for a number of years, and we actually had a lockdown one day when I was here, and there's no way to notify all of the staff in this building when there's lockdown, because I didn't know it had happened, and I was walking in the hallway going to get something else from a different department. Is there any plan to do anything as far as some kind of district office notification?
I'll start. Chad had mentioned, and so did Superintendent Hoffman, Catapult as a messaging system. And so that's not just for schools, it's also for our support buildings as well. And you can use a cell phone, you can use your district-issued laptop and get notifications, whether it's a shelter in place or an actual lockdown. So we see us being in Trig or at Gerber or at Ground, any of them, being able to use the same platform that we'll use for our school sites.
Okay, and say a grounds crew is out at a site that's being locked down. Are they notified of that so they know to shelter in place or whatever?
They would have access. So we're working through all of the details. We have pilot sites for Catapult, but the itinerant staff, be it food and nutrition services, grounds, technology services, they would be able to use kind of like a cell phone app that would notify them of any school in the district that would be in shelter in place or lockdown.
Okay, so any school, then they can decide, okay, I'm at this one now. Maybe I shouldn't go to that one because of that. Okay, all right, that makes sense. Okay, all right, I think this is Corey. I have a question about AB 2534. So when the prospective employee has to notify you of all of their positions that they've held before, are those only educational employment, or does it go back to like when they worked at McDonald's when they were 17 or something like that?
With regards to AB 2534 and certificated employment, it has to do with all of the local schools, school districts, county office of education, special schools that they worked at.
Okay, that makes sense. I was thinking, my goodness, we all started somewhere, right? All right, let's see. On 5-star again, are there reports that the staff at the school can pull to see, like, if so-and-so has to go to the restroom every day at a certain time, or how many kids from each class go? Is there anything like that that you can pull?
Yes, that data is available. There's a variety of components. How many students are attending events. We use it for graduation. Students walk up, show their phone, they scan them real quick. It's super easy in some instances, but otherwise we can pull data, and look at how many students are using the restroom in that example, first period, second period, and so forth. And then I also spoke a little bit, but we can set some guidelines to it. If we don't want more than 50 students, for example, out of a classroom at a time using the restroom, so students would just wait a few minutes until somebody returned, and then they could log in and use the system that way.
Okay, perfect. Lisa, is it possible, because I've been searching all the different schools I'm going to go visit, looking at, trying to figure out what calendar they're on, what all of that. I noticed we don't have on the school's webpage what calendar they use, such as year-round, modified, traditional. That would be really helpful for parents and people looking, because with 68 schools, it could be quite, well, actually the middle and high, that's pretty easy. But at all the elementary schools, it makes it really difficult to know, okay, what schedule is that on and all of that. If we could get that onto their main web page, that would be awesome.
Yes, that's an easy fix.
Okay.
Absolutely, especially at our elementary schools.
That's perfect. And I think that's it. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Moore.
Thank you for the presentation today. I especially learned a lot about the cybersecurity and also our communication protocols, so that was very helpful. So I do have some questions today, and I'll just go in order, page order, to make it easiest. So let's see. Starting on page 12. I'm just going to go back there really quick. So it talks about having an open, welcoming office, but not permitting unobstructed access to the entire building. So I know that, we have the fence along the exterior of most of our schools, and then the office is, the entrance point. But do we have, well, I've asked the superintendent this before, but we have a way to lock the doors, the office doors, especially if there was an emergency?
We don't have an automatic button that locks all doors, but all doors are lockable from the inside, so someone wouldn't have to go to the outside to open the door, to lock the door, which is something we fixed several years ago.
Okay. I mean, my concern is that, it's easy to say all guests have to check in at the office, but obviously, if someone has a weapon, they're not going to check in. They're just going to walk on through. And that's a big concern that I have. And I know that's a concern of parents and staff members, because obviously we want our students and staff to be safe. And so along those lines, can you tell me about the door that we have here that's newly installed here at the district office? The security door system here?
What specifically would you like to know?
Yeah, can you just tell us about it? Like, how does it work? Why was it installed and things like that?
So it was part of a design with the boardroom remodel. It does close and have a secure badge, and so I wasn't part of that design process. But these are storefronts that we're able to kind of like model here, and then potentially implement similar to how we did the landscaping at Trig, and now that's starting to filter out at some of the sites.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think if we have a system at our district office for adults, it's a system I think we should definitely explore for our school sites, because our students and our staff at our school sites deserve just as much safety, if not more, than our district staff, because it's our job to take care of our kids and make sure they're safe every day. And so that's something I would like us to explore, because like I said, a gunman isn't going to care. They're not going to check in. They're just going to walk on through. And if we don't have any kind of system to protect our kids, or, to lock the doors, then they're not protected, bottom line. So that's a huge concern for me. And then also, I believe on this page, we discussed the PA systems. 2 of the 4 secondary schools I visited recently, that was a specific concern that the principals shared with me, that the outdoor PA systems were not working properly for the bell systems, but also they said that when there was a lockdown situation that they were not working, and that was something they were really concerned about. And then specifically at PG, the principal also mentioned there was not any kind of PA system out at the ag area. And I did mention that to the superintendent and staff, and they, you guys said you would take care of it, and so I appreciate that. But I just think that's something that is really important. It was important to the principals. We need to have a system that people can hear if if there's a lockdown, if there's a fire drill, like that's really important that those systems are working. So I really hope we address that. And then another concern, I believe on the same page, is the drop off and pickup. I know that's a big concern to many parents, especially at some of the middle high schools and some of our elementary schools that are at high capacity. And so I just want to ensure that we're always addressing what we can do better. And I know parents have had issues where they feel like they can't access their children because of the traffic, and they feel like it's not a safe situation. I do know that they're not, at CAM specifically, that's one of the schools that's a concern. I do know that we have I believe the fire access is in the back of the school. So I know that because a lot of parents have been concerned that we're blocking potential emergency access, and I don't believe that's the case. But I do believe that there's valid concerns with those issues, the high traffic that blocks access to the school. And then I believe the presentation said that most schools have perimeter fencing. Do you know how many of our schools don't, and if we're working to remedy that?
I don't know the exact number on how many don't, but if they don't, that is something that we would do right away with any modernization, that we would implement that perimeter fencing.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be great. On page 19, I just had a quick question. I know part of safety on transportation specific to kids with special needs is ensuring that we have the proper paraeducators and aides. So I just want to make sure that we're, always working toward that so that our kids can be safe. And then on page 21, I believe regarding digital literacy and cybersecurity, I have had parents tell me that specific to the Chromebooks, I appreciate you telling me that we have the safety protocols, for obscene material and things like that. But I have had parents tell me that their kids have been able to access sites that they felt were age inappropriate. And I'm sure that the system isn't foolproof or whatever, but is there any way we can tighten that a little bit? Because I know that parents have a concern. Parents I've talked to have a concern that, our Chromebooks are great and everything. It's an amazing tool that we are able to provide to all of our kids, but with that comes basically constant access to a device that the parents previously, maybe didn't. Previously, I feel like there was a lot more limits with devices, but now with the kids always having a Chromebook, I know that's a concern for parents.
Yeah, so the content filtering solution is a service that we subscribe to, so it's constantly being monitored. As you can imagine, new web pages are created every single day, and so it's a constant, back and forth battle to continue to categorize sites that need to be filtered for inappropriate content. There's a lot of categorization that's available to us to allow us to fine-tune the content that's available to students. We do find that sometimes sites are underblocked or overblocked, and we have a method for allowing or disallowing additional sites on top of the categorization that's available. On top of that, I would encourage parents to consider digital citizenship and use of the device at home when they're outside of EGUSD, really kind of just thinking about, appropriate screen time and what's, just extending that digital citizenship education to the home. So yeah, if there are anything in particular that our community is looking for, or if there are things that are seen that need to be filtered that aren't currently, we'd be certainly open to addressing those issues and filtering those additional sites.
Thank you. Is there a specific way, an easy way for parents to reach out if they find that their child accessed something that they feel is age inappropriate, so that they can be partners with this?
Yeah, of course. Since the pandemic, we have operated a student support help desk line, and that line is still open today. And we encourage parents and students to contact us at the help desk with any kind of technology support that they might need.
Thank you. That's very good to know. I think that was my last question on that slide. Thank you. On page 27, I think Mr. Yang already asked this, what is the response time? And so I know that we already discussed that, so I will skip that question. Let's see, sorry, moving on to page 35. Okay. So I know, sorry, my question with this was, and I know Mr. Yang also kind of touched on this, but I am personally a big advocate for having a school resource officer on every secondary campus, or at least between two shared campuses, so they're readily available. I mean, I know we have one per region, but I think this could be a reason that, one of the reasons why I would like to see more school resource officers, if we're saying that staff don't have to intervene, which, I mean, I understand because staff don't want to be physically harmed. But for example, if there was a knife involved in a student altercation, and obviously there's going to be an innocent party, or I mean, every situation is different, but assuming there's an innocent victim involved, and there's some kind of weapon or severe bodily injury happening, I think that we need to have some way to intervene. And I know you said you did mention that our campus supervisors are trained in that, but someone needs to be able to intervene to protect individuals. So I hope that's something that we're considering. And again, I understand the teachers, don't want to be injured, but someone needs to be able to intervene in that situation. So that would be, if a school resource officer is not on campus, then that would be the campus supervisor?
Yeah, depending on that situation, campus supervisors, administrators would respond instantly. It just depends if, a student was actively brandishing, or if there was a rumor that they had a knife or a weapon during an incident, then we would rely upon our SRO to, meet with the student afterwards, search, et cetera.
But if there was in a situation where there was a weapon, would the campus supervisor intervene?
Yeah, that's up to each individual. If I'm standing in front of a student with a knife, that's a different reaction than breaking up a fight. So it just depends on a wide variety of factors. How many people are around? If law enforcement are on campus, are they minutes away? Can we keep other students safe and prevent that? Student with the knife from attacking anybody. I mean, it's kind of a game time response, if you will. How am I going to respond right there in the heat of the moment is different from what I'm prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, every situation I know will be different, but I mean, to me, that's just an example of why I think it's valuable to have school resource officers on every campus, and certainly to have them more available on campus. I've heard from a few sources that our campus supervisors are told not to be on campus when they're on like they're supposed to stay outside. Is that the direction that we give our school resource officers?
Are you referencing like inside the campus
Yeah.
versus on the perimeter?
Mm-hmm.
Generally welcoming students morning and afternoons outside on the perimeter, but during the day they're interior. Some sites do have a campus supervisor, at the main entrance gate, something along those lines to assist with parents coming onto campus if they're not going through the office, for example, if there was an event on campus. But otherwise, our campus supervisors are more internal throughout the day.
Oh, okay. I think I meant to say school resource officers. Are our school resource officers?
I'm sorry.
I probably misspoke. I'm sorry.
No problem. For the most part, they're exterior working with administration. We do have some that are on campus throughout the day. I think it's very proactive to have campusers on and engaging positively with students.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just think that would help maybe deter some of these activities as well, and create positive relationships with the youth. Okay.
Just one more, just a note. We just met with the Elk Grove, city of Elk Grove, and they actually have community officers also that are now engaging with our schools, and they're not in typical law enforcement equipment, and so they're really designed to be engaging with kids and staff. And working on the relationship between community, kids, and law enforcement, and that work's been done. So it's really ramped up in the last year and a half, and they're going to continue that work. So it's another example of the law enforcement community interacting positively with students.
Okay, thank you for that information. So, and then the next page is page 41. So I brought this up last time when we were talking about facilities, but one concern that I've heard is that we don't have enough campus supervisors, because, campus supervisors are tasked to help keep our campus safe, but they're also supervising restrooms. So are we looking into hiring more campus supervisors so that we can adequately meet all of these needs?
We are currently reviewing our ratios and our staffing for lead campus supervisors and campus supervisors to determine, what the effectiveness is of those staffing. I know that, our campuses are large. We try to be in a lot of areas. A lot of parts of continuous improvement is data reflection. If a problem arises in one area, we try to support that one area, and that would always, pool from another. So it's a constant trying to be proactive and be everywhere at once, but also being responsive to students' needs when data suggests otherwise.
Yeah, as I mentioned at CAMS specifically, I believe CAMS has 1,400 students, or I would have to check for sure, but I believe that's how many they have. And the principal there told me he only has 2 campus supervisors, and he had requested a third. And that seems, given all of their responsibilities, I think that seems like a valid request. And I want to visit more campuses so I can get an idea of their needs, but I just think that that's something we really need to consider so that we can keep the restrooms open if that's something that's keeping us from opening all the restrooms is, that supervision that we need. And then another thing that was mentioned to me by the Sheldon High School principal is that she was fortunate enough to have campus supervisors of both genders, and that was really helpful so that they could go in and sweep the restrooms as the need arose. And so I thought that was another important thing I hadn't really thought about. That I don't know if we consider that, but obviously that makes sense. And then on page 42, so are we, let's see. Are ed codes, because these things take place on school, for example, if a student is vaping on school premises, are ed codes different than what legal repercussions would be, say they were doing that in a other public setting?
Yeah, so there are ed code and penal code violations, like it's If I think I can kind of guess where you're going, it's SROs are going to respond if we have cases of students damaging property. Typically, they wouldn't respond and engage with students if they're vaping or have tobacco products on campus. While that might be a penal code violation, that's not something we would enforce on campus. We would handle it with the school. Restorative practices try to engage and correct the behavior instead of referring to law enforcement on that.
Okay. I mean, my main concern with that, and then also the vandalism in the restrooms, is it seems like we're using restorative practices, but at some point we have to give proper consequences, because I feel like what's happening is that all kids end up suffering, basically, because every time I hear that the reason that bathrooms are closed, it's because of vaping or vandalism, and then lack of, not having enough staff to supervise, which, I mean, makes sense. But if we're not punishing kids, then what's happening is we're closing bathrooms, we're limiting other children, other students when they can use the restroom. And to me, that's not fair. We need to make sure that all students have access to restrooms. And so if we're going to use restorative practices instead of suspension and things like that, I think it's really important that we're not punishing all those students by shutting bathrooms, by using the app and all those things. Those things further limit other students. And I don't think other students who just need to use a restroom should be punished because of those situations. So that's my concern with that. And page 44, talking about the app again. I know we've already discussed that. It's good to hear that our cell phone policy is, I also had a question about the cell phone policy because I know that is new legislation. So it's good to hear that our policies, it sounds like, are in place with that legislation. But is it true that if the kids use their cell phone, that their cell phone is tracked while they're checked out to go to the restroom?
Are you referring to while they're using five-star students?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any tracking along those lines. No, It just lets us know that they're out of class and where they're going. Okay, that's good to know. And then my concern with the app and the restrooms is, as I mentioned, restrooms are closed for some of the things that I mentioned and maybe other reasons. And then I've also had students, parents, and staff tell me that at least at CAMS that there's a blackout policy. So for example, when the seventh graders are in lunch, the eighth graders can't use the restroom at all, and then vice versa. So we have restrooms closed, some of our restrooms closed throughout the day. Then we have a blackout during lunchtime. Then now we have an app that further limits and restricts use. So I mean, I understand in theory what you're saying, that we're saying, hey, kids can't use the restroom the first 10 minutes of class and the last 10 minutes of class, and I understand what you're saying, and in theory, I think that makes sense. But when we already have restricted access to restrooms on campus, and then we have a blackout during basically one period of their day, and then we're also we're cutting out 20 minutes of each class time that they can't use the restroom. That's just really concerning to me. As I mentioned before, if we have menstruating girls, if they can't access the bathroom during the passing period, then these things further limit them. Also, as a menstruating girl, it's very embarrassing to have to ask to use the restroom in class, and then now they have to use an app. They have to get their feminine hygiene out of their backpack. Like these are situations these girls shouldn't have to be put in because we're not providing proper restroom access. And so that's something that's very important to me. I have 3 girls myself, and many community members have shared the same thing with me about their girls. It's, their girls have leaked through their pants because they haven't been able to access the restroom. And so this is something that's very important to me. So that is my concern with the app, is that it's further restricting access when we're not already providing the open bathrooms that the kids need. And then I believe it said on page, I know someone kind of already asked this from page 46,
I believe it indicates that there's a campus supervisor at every elementary school, but is that true or not? I couldn't quite tell from the question.
Yeah, we do have campus supervisors at all of our elementary schools.
Okay, are they there all day?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And then, like I mentioned, you know, if our campus supervisors, the superintendent has told me that our campus supervisors are our eyes and ears to keep our campuses safe, since we don't have school resource officers at every school. So again, if that's the case, we need to make sure we have adequate campus supervisors, because they are our eyes and ears if we are not going to have a school resource officer at every campus. And if they're supervising bathrooms, I really think that's something we need to look at, is evaluating that we have enough at each campus. And then I'm wrapping up here, but I just, at the district office, we have the security doors that I talked about, or that I asked about, and then we have constant security here, which, is great, but those standards should be the standards we have for our kids. Like, why don't we have a campus supervisor in every school office? Why don't we have a locking mechanism where it's a badge only can get through, or the, office staff gives them access? Like, as a parent, and as, someone now responsible for advocating for our children, our kids everything we do is for our kids. We're a school district for students. And so I want to ensure that we're keeping our students safe, and our staff at these campuses too. They deserve to be safe. And working on the school site council, that's something that the staff mentioned. They wanted to feel safer. And so if we have these standards at the district office for our district staff, we need to have these standards at our school campuses. And, regarding school facilities, the number one and two things that I hear as far as parents being concerned about their kids are their safety and the restrooms. And so, I appreciate that we're addressing these things, and I know there's been many improvements, but I still think there's improvements that we can make and things that we can consider to make our kids safe. And then again, I've already said pretty much everything I wanted to about restrooms, but I think we need to evaluate if we're going to implement restorative practices, that our in our efforts to do that we're not negatively impacting all students and their access to a restroom, and accessing it when they need to. Again, we need to remember that it is our job to keep our students safe, and so I'd like to see higher standards with that, and the same standards we have at this district office. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you, everybody, for the presentation. I really love the visuals that Mark, your team put in there regarding Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and Lisa, your mentioning of creating that safety campaign. And I really see so much opportunity at our schools when they do the open house. Because there's so many times where I've gone and you're especially at middle school and the high schools, they kind of want to give you a day in the life of a student, but there's just not enough time. And you can't really truly understand the depth of what they're going to learn in the 10 minutes that the teacher has with a group of parents. But I think these kinds of topics are really valuable, and that's a great opportunity to engage parents and help them understand, these are the procedures that we put in place, and these are the reasons why. We're not going to stop parents coming to the schools when there's a lockdown or when there's a shelter in place. Once parents get word, we just know they're going to come, right? But if they come and they understand, okay, the procedure, this is what's going to happen, this is when I know what I should expect, They can work with their families, their children, to let them know this is your safe spot you need to go when I can meet you. I do share an experience where my daughter's school was in a lockdown, and it was super scary. And I think, some of the tips and tricks that we can share with our parents, like if you have a neighbor that you can add as your students' authorized person to check your student out or go home with, so that it kind of cuts down on the number of parents coming to get their kids. And I think a lot of those things could really help guide parents around when these things happen. This is what the procedure is and this is why. And then it also gives us an opportunity to engage, to show that we are making the best effort possible to prevent and to address, be timely in our response when situations like this arise. So I do hope that maybe we can encourage our administrators at the sites to maybe take a new approach to those open houses. Like, of course, we want to know what our kids are learning, but 10 minutes is just not enough time to learn every piece of the curriculum. And I know the teachers are struggling to hurry up and tell us, and they just don't have enough time. But maybe these are more meaningful conversations that we can have that really dig to that safety and security. And it's not just the Maslow's hierarchy needs of our staff and students on our sites, but of the community and our families who will be on our sites should something devastating happen, or something that gives the appearance that it could be devastating. Also just wanted to ask a brief follow-up question regarding 5-star. I'm really excited to get out to the sites and learn and see how these things are done in action. I was curious if, I appreciate that there was the, Jennifer, I think you mentioned it, the question around getting the data. And I love that there's that capability, because you're clearly like tracking and monitoring, right? So that data's got to be somewhere. And I think that data can really drive our decision making. Is the district have any efforts to support our sites with like running those reports and using, like, running analysis and showing like how you can pull trends out, and then maybe utilize the analysis to, drive decisions around, and not just necessarily the monitoring of hall passes, right, but the engagement pieces, because I see such a great connection to the wellness of our students and how they're engaging in the events, activities. It could really inform, like, okay, maybe we beef up these activities, engage parents. Maybe there's a way to encourage parents to use 5-star and monitor that data to see what kinds of activities really bring our parents to our campuses to learn more about what we're doing on an everyday basis. So just curious if the district provides support with that.
We did. When we first onboarded with 5-star, many of our high school sites were already using it with their activities.
Awesome.
That's what was our first engagement with them, and seeing it firsthand at graduation, having students, high school graduation just come on. I mean, we can bring 600-700 kids through in a matter of 10 or 15 minutes with that accessibility with a scanner and being able to do that. So our activity directors were very familiar with it, using it in that component of checking into events, football games, for example, performances with theater, where they can begin to use it in that manner. So many of our activity directors actually did our training with our administrator along with 5-star. We did a variety of training with them, how to utilize it in various other things, to use it as passes as well, for example. So that's ongoing. When we onboard new administrators, new activity directors, we have that available for them so that they can get up to speed pretty quickly.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Also looking at WeTip, and I'm really wanting to learn a little bit more, particularly around Catapult as well. How are we marketing this? I know you mentioned it being on the website, and I happened to go to the website and I didn't see it. So I'm just curious, like, how do our students know about WeTip? How do families know about it? And how are we having like really honest conversations about, hey, this is a really great tool to anonymously report things that maybe you don't feel comfortable, sharing with giving your identity, right? So just more curious about that.
looking down at Lisa. I know from the school perspective, we advertise it. It is part of our safety training that we do with the administrators, and then the staff get it. We do communicate that with parents. If we have an instance where it's not on the school webpage, please let us know, but I'm very, very close to positive that we have it available. And I know Lisa showed an example, I think it was Franklin or Laguna Creek, that it is on the webpage. But yeah, if something has slipped on that, please let us know. But it is part of our communication plan that we do with parents and students with those presentations.
On the websites, on every school website, it should be called incident reporting.
Yeah.
It's been there for 2 or 3 years now. I'm not sure exactly how
about
long.
midway down, there's a red flag and it says incident reporting. So it's not identified as Catapult or WeTip, but it does have the incident reporting. And then when you click on that, it goes into a series of different languages. What are you reporting, and then what are the incidents and who's involved? And then on those incidents, those reports go directly to our school administrators for them to follow up, and every one of them are followed up with.
The one thing we can testify to is people use it a lot. So there's at least some of the communication is getting through based on that data.
I will also add, we often include it in our community updates, especially in the beginning of the school year. And then once January comes around after winter break, we make sure that it's also, mentioned in our community updates. But we can do it on a regular basis too.
That's great. And then kind of along those lines of providing feedback, what are some other instances or opportunities for our students to share feedback about the experiences that they're having, and then feel validated that they're not just seen as like another student complaining? I know that oftentimes, and I appreciate the visuals around the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and around like looking at when we've kind of filled that foundation of basic needs and safety, and then our students really get a strong connection. It becomes a part of their identity. That school is just, that's their world. Their friends, their closest relationships are oftentimes built there. And then I think sometimes it could really come crashing down when they have a negative experience, or what they perceive to be a negative experience, and not really know how to navigate that. And so I just kind of want to know more about how can our students provide feedback? Is there a tool? Is there a mechanism that kind of allows them to provide it and not be taken in a way where they're just seen as a student complaining? Because there is that dynamic of, I'm just a kid, they don't listen to me, they listen to my parent, right? And so just really curious about that.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of a few things. Obviously, our students, they're our eyes and our ears. We do rely upon them to have that, positive relationship with an adult on campus, at least one, so that they do feel safe to do that. And if it's not in person, through the WeTip incident reporting system, that's definitely an avenue. Students have access to either leave their name or remain anonymous. And when there is, a contact information left, we do respond. We have thousands and thousands of WeTips that are coming in, and students do give their voice about situations. It might be something specific about a specific student, or a situation taking place on campus that's more general, and that lets administrators know when we run those reports and we're investigating those, that the students do have a voice as they're sharing their concerns about what's happening on their campuses. Kind of a higher level picture of that is when we do have incidents on campus, we do safety debriefs. And sometimes that could involve students where we're getting their perspective about what happened. What was the incident? How did you feel about the incident? How did you respond? What are some thoughts that we can do to get better? So we always do that when we debrief those type of incidents. We don't necessarily have students as part of our safety team, but we hope throughout a few of those practices that students are able to come in and share what's happening on campus.
And if I could for just a second, and I appreciate what Mr. Schweitzer was saying in terms of on a day-to-day, minute-to-minute opportunity, we do hope, but we also understand we can say as much as we want as former principal for nearly 20 years, you hope that your school is a place where kids can feel comfortable coming forward and sharing information. But they're also kids, and actually adults can feel the same way. It can be, I don't want to let anybody know who I am. We do also have a perspective survey that goes out. We get responses from about 30,000 of our students, and that's 5th through 12th graders. And we really put an emphasis, and you'll see that perspective survey is soon to be coming out. This is when we do it. The board and the community will get results early in the school year. I was going to say the summer. Our school year starts in the middle of summer. But that data comes out, and we heavily disaggregate that data, and it's reported out, and you'll see explicitly. There's climate surveys, so how kids are feeling connected to, and are you feeling safe in your school? So very extensive data that comes out, and we continue to get high levels of response, in my opinion, high levels of response from our kids and staff. We're working on continuously increasing the responses from our parents. But your point, every one of our 5th and through 12th grade students has an opportunity to provide that through the perspective survey as well.
Thank you. And then just wanted to kind of cap off my comments by sharing that today my daughter is actually going with her school to UC Davis to be on campus, learn about that next step. And I just love that when we approach these conversations that are absolutely necessary, that we still make that connection to who we are in our mission and vision, and that our students, because of the great work that this administration is putting in place and being thoughtful around how to address that full need of the whole student, our kids can go on to places like that and really self-actualize themselves on those campuses and be equipped to be successful in their career path, in their college path. And I just love that the district is really looking at this from that holistic perspective. This is such a great timing to see this presentation and to be thinking about my soon-to-be 16-year-old who is, already seeing herself on a college campus and physically gets to be on a college campus because of the district. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you again, everybody, for the presentation. I think that was very helpful. So one of the sort of paths I want to go in my questions is I kind of want to get back to first principles on when we talk about our engagement with law enforcement. And so can you talk a little bit about backing up a bit, we have a lot of a variety of different behavioral concerns that occur on a campus, right? Everything from a classroom disruption, a brief classroom disruption, to anything that would trigger a lockdown, right? And that's a big, wide range. And we talk about that in a variety of different contexts, right? When we talk about discipline, we see some of that information coming out. So can you talk about what is the point at which, or the points at which these things get elevated from, let's say, a teacher to a campus supervisor to law enforcement, and what is the philosophy behind why we do that?
I'll begin, and then certainly Chad and/or Jen can respond as well. Because I'll start at the policy level, because we do have a policy, and there was a reason that we wrote that. It was to differentiate between the role of law enforcement and the role of school administrators. And I'll say this, as someone who has not been a principal now for 12, 13 years, things have changed considerably. And I experienced in a prior school district, for example, and Superintendent Hoffman was referencing Elk Grove Police Department, and they're having, and I'm not going to use the correct term, but I experienced in another state, in another school district, community resource officers is what they called them. Now, they were armed, but they were on foot. and their purpose was to get to know the community and things of that nature. And I had worked here and in another district with school resource officers. And there were times when, as a principal, I may use that school resource officer and say, can you come on in here and work with a specific student who's having some repeated problems? I want to clarify that there was no there was no crime that was being committed. And what we learned is that what I was doing, and I'm just using myself as an example, I didn't have any sort of historic perspective in terms of that student's interaction previously with their family or with law enforcement themselves, good, bad, or indifferent. And so we really took the steps. And it's interesting to hear the pendulum that swings, and I'm not saying we heard that here, but zero tolerance is something that was used. And we had zero tolerance here. And when we did, we saw suspensions go way up and we saw disproportionality go through the roof. And so what we're constantly looking at, and to get directly to your question, the reason we did that was not to say, it's really clear, law enforcement, you do these 5 things, and educators, you do this. What we've been working on continuously with our teachers and with our administrators, and it really starts with our administrators, who then transfer that information to our staff. At any point in time, it's a judgment call, right? Judgment calls being made every minute of every day with kids. And if a teacher is requesting support, they're going to get support from administrators. If administrators see that this is happening too frequently, and in their opinion, that teachers should be able to increasingly or better manage some of those situations in the classroom, we expect that they work positively and productively with that teacher. But it's always a judgment call, and we're going to err on the side of safety always. And we look at those opportunities as opportunities to educate. We don't use the word punish. Punitive is not what we are. Even though there are consequences, we don't punish. And I know it can sound like I'm playing semantic games. We don't punish. We educate. And punishment could educate, I understand that, but we don't, that's not the term. But when does it elevate to a case? So if there's a fight, if every time there's a fight, are we calling law enforcement? No. What differentiates it is its level of intensity, and it's also where are things happening. If there's a fight and it can be contained, and there's 2 kids and it was during a passing time and nobody else really saw what was happening, and staff were able to break things up and get them into the office as law enforcement called, not necessarily. If there's a severe injury and it appears to be a battery, now we've got criminality potentially, yes. And in those cases, obviously, if somebody's seriously injured, they're going through the process immediately to get medical attention and support to the students. And so I don't want to say it's difficult to answer the questions. We're always going to err on the side of making sure that people are safe. But we have differentiated in terms of, again, I'll use myself as the example, and it was not just me alone. We were using law enforcement to assist in what we thought was educational practices. Looking back on it, may have been effective with some kids, but probably wasn't the best practice to necessarily be using. Law enforcement isn't trained as educators. Well, I should clarify, they do go through that, so I don't want to put my step in something where I don't belong in terms of understanding what their training is. We're all part of an educational process, but I hope I answered the question, because it's difficult to say it's this list of things, but we've worked extensively, and I think back to the work that we did in terms of even when staff are now intervening with student with literally a student physical interaction, we worked extensively with our teacher leadership, and they're obviously interested in ensuring the safety and looking at the working conditions of their staff. And in terms of, we worked with our legal counsel in terms of what the direction that we provide. And in the end, it's always judgment call, making sure if you're working with law enforcement that you understand when and why. And unless it's an emergency, if it's a judgment call and nobody is in imminent danger or threat, What we've also implemented is our principals, site administrators are contacting their directors. So if there's an opportunity to just hold for a minute before we make any specific decisions, we're doing that. So there's some specific things that we've done, but nothing that we've done lowers our expectations of appropriate behavior or safety of our kids and staff. Chad, if there's anything or Jen?
I was just going to add, with the admin reg, it's 5144. That's the regulation that gives us guidance on when we involve law enforcement or not. Obviously, when there's an emergency situation, we're going to call 911. If there's an opportunity to pause and call Jennifer and myself, one of our directors, that's what we want, is just that pause in reflection upon, does it meet the criteria to have law enforcement? Does it meet a certain amount? Is there an injury? Something along those lines that might impact through ed code, and that's what will help gauge when we call law enforcement in or not.
And if I could, President Vargas, I know that perhaps all the board is aware. I know many of the board members are aware, but oftentimes when we're working on policies are, in fact, for the most part, we get information about updates from existing policies from CSBA, California School Board Association. The policy and reg that Chad just referenced did not exist. And in fact, we were working with legal counsel and they checked the state of California. They're going to start with, well, is it anything like this with CSBA? No. Anything else? So then they're sending their feelers out throughout the districts that they work with in the state of California and their research. No. Nationally, no. There was nothing. So we wrote it from scratch. And we wrote it from scratch with site administrators, district administrators, law enforcement, parents, and community members in the room. It took us over a year to write because we were doing it in the evenings, and writing anything policy from scratch, as you all know, it takes a considerable amount of time. But I shared that because there were folks in the room there were varying perspectives in terms of, they don't believe law enforcement should be on our campuses at all. So they believe every school should have law enforcement. And everybody had legitimate perspectives that we had to take into consideration. But what it was intended to do is provide guidance and ultimately support our interests in educating when we need to educate, and including law enforcement when deemed appropriate.
Yeah, and I think, I appreciate that there is a lot of sort of overlap in the various roles, that each of our people play. And, I think starting from that perspective of, what we do is educate, right? And, there's an element of, discipline involved in that. There's an element of how do we use this opportunity to teach. There's an element of, as you mentioned, right, consequences are part of teaching, right? But everybody sort of has a role to play, and there's a lot of overlap between those roles, but those roles still exist, right? There's a role for the teacher in this process of discipline. There's a role for the campus supervisor in the process of keeping the campus safe. And, one of the things that I've learned in going around to different schools is that the role of the campus supervisor is, fuzzy is not the right word, but it's broad. The campus supervisor does a lot of different things. Some of that is some involvement in the discipline process, but a lot of it is also just the various ways that you keep order on campus. From engaging with students as they're, out in the yard, and, sometimes it's just hanging out with them at a table. Sometimes it's being present in a space so that there's an adult there, right? As oftentimes happens with restrooms, right? There's a need for an adult to be there supervising. And as you mentioned, right, another role that they play is being at entry points to make sure that there's an adult there monitoring those entry points. And some of our schools have more entry points than others, and so there is a variety of different needs that they play in those instances. But I think as we talk about how to make campuses safer and what resources need to be, added to a campus, we need to be cognizant of adding the resources in places where we don't have enough people in that specific role. right? And so, and so we go to back to the perspective that just adding people in a certain role does not necessarily make the campus safer if those services were already being provided. And, so adding more SROs to our campus won't automatically make our campuses safer unless there's a need for more. And there's a need for more in their particular role. That's something that we all need to be cognizant of. That's something we all need to be looking at. And I happen to believe, based on, going to our campuses, I happen to think we need more campus supervisors, and I would love it if we can find more, funds for those in the future as we, as we go through this process of, setting board priorities. But that is also part of it because the campus supervisor role is so broad. I think that a lot of our campuses, that is an area of need. And so, is there more I wanted to say on that? The other thing I wanted to ask is, so you alluded to this a little bit, you touched on this as we talk about the role of law enforcement, which is, I kind of wanted to get more on what is the role. How do we utilize law enforcement in a non-law enforcement context, but in an educational context? So how do we incorporate law enforcement into things that are not emergency situations, but are in fact, how do we utilize them to educate?
I'll turn this over to Chad in just a minute, and it's not necessarily, not ignoring Jen, but it's safe to say that our law enforcement is increasingly utilized at our secondary schools. But to your point, something that I have experienced and seen firsthand is the changing of the relationship. That I'm not talking about good or bad. I'm talking about the functional relationship between us as a school district and our law enforcement partners. And this is an expectation of Superintendent Hoffman's. When we were developing the policies we were just referring to, when we were looking at developing MOUs for the transition of live video information for law enforcement, it may seem like a really simple thing. It's actually trickier than that. It took, we were thinking about when and how is that done. But Chad, for example, he attends Chad, I'm going to step in it in just a second in terms of how frequently those meetings are taking place, but we're actually in meetings with law enforcement talking about what they're doing, what they're seeing, how we're using them. So our level of connection, the lieutenant, I never communicated with a lieutenant as much as I'm doing that now. And it's not necessarily because we have emergencies taking place. It has to do with how we doing, how's our service, what can we do, how can we provide services. And part of that is not just responding to if a penal code violation has occurred, but presence on campus so that they're not always seen as someone who's there to arrest. Chad?
Can I give one example real quick before you jump in, Jen? So another example is if you've been reading the papers, watching the news over the past several weeks, the County Sheriff's Department made a significant policy change with regards to how they're engaging with mental health potential episodes in the community, and our folks in non-law enforcement, they help us in those situations and helping us determine if a student is potentially of danger to themselves or others. So we're not trying to arrest anybody. It's actually trying to make sure the kid's okay. I had the opportunity to meet directly with Sheriff Cooper. And he clarified for our team that those services were designed to be done in the general community with adults, but those services are still being taken care of through the Sheriff's Department. Elk Grove PD have always done it, and so have Sacramento Police Department. So our kids are still receiving those types of services through our relationship with our law enforcement partners. So sometimes they're responding to the worst case scenarios, but the other time is they're intervening and supporting kids sometimes in their most vulnerable times when they're in a mental place where they may be thinking of harming themselves or someone else. So that relationship is critical.
And if I recall correctly, we had an instance where Casumnes, the fire department, also helped out. So it's it's a broader. When we talk about our relationship with law enforcement, it's not just law enforcement; it's public safety in general. I think that those relationships are really important. So just wanted to add that as well. But please continue.
Chad or Jen?
Just to pipe in with our elementary world a little bit, when time permits, our SROs often come to school sites and either park their cars in front or can come on campus, but they're more to build relationships with kids, to see it can be an official visit, like a assembly type that we bring students out for. But I think that's what you're looking for, is that piece. How do we put law enforcement where they're part of our community and they're seen as a helper and assist to us? Those are situations that we could probably be more intentional about, and something I wrote down when you said that. But that's also when they have the time to do it. I know that when I was principal at one of our schools in our district, that was something that they did on a regular basis, so that when things were happening in the neighborhood and they were seen, that the students would see them as an ally and an advocate for them. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, and I think we had an incident recently on a campus, and I got a call from a parent asking, and it was just a student had seen a police officer either in the area or on campus for a perfectly germane reason, and had sort of made assumptions, and that parent then freaked out. And so I to the extent that we can kind of address those in general, and get ahead of those as they happen, I think it's those relationships are important. Yeah.
I do think it's a good point. Just a quick thought. As Jen was just talking, she used the word, being increasingly intentional about it. Because we may hear I'm looking over at Lisa, because she may hear in the comms office, or the superintendent may get a call, or the school is getting phone calls about why is there a police car in front of the school? And we may want to consider being a bit more intentional of saying, more than likely, if there's a law enforcement officer in front of the school and there's a problem that's occurring, you're going to know about it. They may also be there because they're part of an assembly. But considering how we may want to make sure that we message that if there's a police car out in front of the school, it doesn't always necessarily mean there's something wrong.
And it's a delicate balance. Admittedly, it is a very delicate balance, right? Because you want people being cognizant, right, of those things, but you also don't want people overreacting to things. And so I 100% recognize that you guys are in a very, are in a position of, trying to balance those two things. Ms. Albiani, did you want to add something?
I just remember during Red Ribbon Weeks, we would often have police come. And it was a great community builder with elementary schools, and they had like little trading cards with their officer and their dog, and so then all of a sudden the kids are all carrying around a picture of an officer and a dog, and there's community building that we do to try to identify police as your safe people to help you. I felt that we did with my children along the way.
If you really want to see a great example and you haven't been to it, go to the Jesse Baker Olympics. You'll see fire and law enforcement there in a very positive light.
Great. And so just following up on that last point, or last question I have on this particular issue is, so when we do invite or have law enforcement on campus, are they held to the same standards in terms like when it comes to visitors? Do they have to do the same things? Fill out the same forms? What does that look like?
Are you talking about when they're in their capacity, or if we had like patrol come on campus? Generally, they check into the main office if it's not one of our regular school resource officers who's more known amongst the office staff and staff in general on campus. But if a patrol officer, for example, they would check in the main office. It's not uncommon for them to come in and use campus facilities possibly, or just to check in and be there. But they would check in the office.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Davis.
I just want to thank you, Mark, for bringing that up about the public's reaction sometimes to seeing police cars out. It really does increase the work for the office by great needs. the phones blow up. It's amazing how word of mouth gets through the community that there's a police car there, and it could be anything from a first grade, having them come to look at the police cars is best said. But also in an office staff, just so you know, that if they come as a parent, they do sign in, and they do not bring their weapons on them. They leave them off campus, so they come actually as a parent, even if they're in police uniform.
Okay, I will try not to take us past 12 o'clock, since I have control over that now. But I do have a couple of more areas where I want to ask some quick questions. The second one is on cameras. So I think it's great that we have so many cameras, on and around campuses. I think that certainly helps, with a lot of things we were talking about. I want to ask, lawyer brain. As soon as you say we have cameras on campus, my lawyer brain goes to, okay, so privacy. Let's talk about privacy. So how do we balance those two things?
We do, and Chad, we get this quite often. So there's something that occurred, and then it could be a parent or someone who is saying, I want the video. We don't release the video for that very reason. So we're very, very careful in terms of what we provide. So, and parents can get very angry about that. What are these cameras for? And and I'm not being sarcastic about our parents, because it's a logical thing, but for that very reason, we don't provide that information. So we're very, very careful about maintaining privacy and whatnot with the video data that we have.
Another important point to that is we were very clear about how we set the cameras up on campuses. The cameras are not surveillance cameras. They're not designed, and they're not actually set up across the campus where you can see every nook and cranny of the campus and quote unquote following students or doing that. They are really set up on the perimeters of our campuses. They're able to help us know who's come onto our campus, come off our campus, and who should be there, who shouldn't be there. But they purposely were not installed with the idea of surveillance in mind. And so when Ms. Coates spoke to it, she talked about the protection of the properties. It's protection of the people and the properties during hours and outside of hours. But the surveillance piece is the real critical pieces. Now, will we catch a fight on camera from time to time? For sure. But that's not the purpose and not how the systems were set up.
And that kind of gets to my second question, which is, to the extent that we have these, I appreciated that, in the presentation, you specifically said this is about, monitoring the perimeter. This is about, protection of property, and also that not during school hours, we can use these cameras to sort of monitor, what's going on, who's there, who's not, who shouldn't be there. And, the other piece of this is, I think what I hear you saying is that the purpose of these is not necessarily part of our response to behavior, right, to student behavior. And, it's really about sort of addressing things outside of the campus, property, things like that. We're not using these to monitor student behavior. Correct?
Correct. And one of the pieces one of the best examples of how these cameras can be used now off hours. So as Ms. Coates spoke to, the cameras can learn, and so they can identify a person moving on a campus outside of a time when a person should be moving on the campus. That sets up, that camera pops up, goes to our 24/7 monitored center, and then we can have dispatch actually see that camera, and we can dispatch one of our off-duty officers to go and take a look and be at the campus. Well, the dispatcher can actually say, well, it looks like two 12 to 13-year-old kids climbed the fence and appear to be playing, in the, on the basketball court. That response might be very different than it appears that 3 masked adult males have come on the campus. can't be for sure, but it appears they may have weapons. You're giving the folks that are responding to that a sense of what's going on, which makes it safer for the responding personnel, but it also makes it safer for the people who happen to be on our campus and aren't supposed to be on our campus. So that's really, just an example of how that tool is designed to be used.
Yeah, particularly if those people who are not supposed to be on that campus in that moment are students. We want to make sure that, law enforcement isn't showing up in that situation unprepared to see a group of students on campus, even though they're not supposed to be there, admittedly.
President Vargas, I've been asked the question, just one quick addition, because I've been asked the question if we have staff in our schools that are watching, meaning to surveil, and we don't. When you saw the number that we said of cameras around the organization, we don't have the capacity to have people watching all these cameras, what's going on. So no, that's not what's done.
Appreciate it. All right. I will finish up with one last question. And this is more, so communication. We communicate a lot of information. You sort of hinted at, you sort of poked at this, and I want to kind of get a little bit of an expansion on it. So one of the most recurring questions or criticisms that we get is that things get communicated and there's information missing. We don't communicate out everything. And so what I want to ask so that we can tell people is, why? Why might we not communicate everything that happens from the incident to our response to the incident? Why might all of that information not just go out, wholesale to either parents or the community?
It's a great question. So one of the things a couple years ago when I took this position, one of the things that I immediately did was put the sergeant, the lieutenant on speed dial. I also have developed relationships with the EGPD and SAC Sheriff PAOs. So when incidents like this happen, we are in lock sync with our messaging. We also can, connect obviously on a regular basis with our Director of Safety and Security. So all of that comes into play. So when we go to prepare communication, we can only share what is happening if the investigation is still ongoing. We are not allowed to share legally we don't want to compromise any investigation that might be happening. So they guide us, advise us on what we can say. We check in with our Director of Safety and Security, with our assistant superintendents, with our superintendent to make sure the messaging we give out is as much detail as we can provide at the moment.
And I will say, appreciate the work that Lisa and the team does. But there are times where we misstep with each other. And sometimes they will, law enforcement people will get information out without letting us know, and they always apologize, and we go back and we get it. And sometimes, there's been times where we shared information ahead of the investigation. So it's a constant back and forth, and it's the relationship that Lisa and Dean have with our law enforcement partners to make sure that we are in step with what we can provide when we can provide it. Again, we learn from the missteps when they happen, but we're more in sync today than we've ever been.
And with regard to our own procedures, so our own processes and procedures and how we respond, there are also reasons why we might not necessarily share every aspect of our emergency plans or how we respond to an active shooter situation and things like that, correct?
Yeah, so one of the pieces, that's an interesting dynamic, and Mr. Schweitzer, kind of, with the run hide fight. There are details of our security measures and our responses that we don't share publicly, and law enforcement doesn't want us to share publicly, because then potential bad actors have information about how they might counter what we do. And that's why we have guidelines, and we're clear about those, but no two situations are identical. And it takes an opportunity for us to take a breath, understand what we know at the time, the information we have at the time, and we make the best decision we can, whether that it's an internal, just a school district reaction, or if it's something that involves our law enforcement partners. But those relationships that exist and allowing us to have those conversations and opportunities to engage in that particular moment with that particular situation. And again, then we speak to, once it's over and it's done, what do we learn and how do we get better next time? But they're not perfect scenarios, and they're not perfect situations, but what we do is we train people to the best of their abilities, and then we expect people to make the best decision they can with the information that they have in front of them at the moment.
Yeah, and I think, just following up on all of that, I think it's important to recognize that the just sheer number of, in a 15-minute span in which you have a shelter in place happening, the sheer number of communications that are happening behind the scenes is just astronomical, right? Lisa, you're talking about you're having constant communications with law enforcement, right? We need to be having conversations with the principals and staff and everybody who's involved in this. And so, the fact that communications go out to, and then communications go out to the parents and, and involve stakeholders in those. And so the fact that we don't get out the final communication until, maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes after that, is a consequence of the fact that we are doing all of this work behind the scenes, to keep kids safe. And so communications, that final communication with all of the available information is sometimes delayed because of that fact, right? We're doing so much in that moment. And so getting things out even 30 minutes, after the beginning of the incident is still, fast, or as fast as we can be sometimes.
Well, and I will add, that's one of the reasons why we this year instituted administrator access to talking points. So the communications department now has that. And so on behalf of all of our principals, we send out the message as soon as we can. And it's just that simple. It's limited, 600 characters. So that simple message to let parents know something is happening, but we are going to follow up as soon as we can to provide you with more details. That has increased our time significantly and increased our audience because it translates, again, into over 150 languages.
And just one other note is sometimes we don't have the information. So we will get a call from law enforcement, we need you to shelter in place at X school. And that's the information we have in the moment because they're in the middle of actually engaging in the situation. And they will get the information to us as soon as they can. But there are times where it's just a live event, and they just need us to follow the directive, and we do that, and then we get the information. So there's not a sitting at our desk holding really important information that we think other people should know and say, neener, we're not going to give you the information. That's just not how this thing works.
Excellent. All right. That is the end of my questions. The only thing I want to add is a reminder to board members and really anybody out there who has information about any of our campuses. If there is something unsafe on campus, if there is something you see on campus, if there is something related to one of our campuses that makes you feel like this is a safety concern, whether it is a giant trash can in a parking spot that was creating a safety hazard, right? Let us know right away so that we can fix it. All right, that is it for this item. Let us take a 5-minute break. It's supposed to be a 15-minute break, but we are quite behind schedule, partially my fault. So let's do a 5-minute break. All right, board members, let's start again. So next up, we have state and federal preschool program update. Miss Avey.
Great, thank you. I'm experiencing some allergies this season, so bear with me if I do a little sniffling over here. Good afternoon, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. We are here today to give you a rather broad, but with detail, overview of state and federal funded preschool programs that are happening here in Elk Grove. So when we look at our learning vision that we have in Elk Grove that's focused on every student learning in every classroom, in every subject, every day to prepare college and career and life-ready graduates, this work is really focused on how we're doing the work with our early learners, and in many respects, because of how the funding is set up, it's early intervention. And if you look at all of the goals that we have as a district, we hit all of these in our preschool programs. I also want to mention that we do have a strong partnership and connection with the special ed programs that are done in preschool. This particular presentation that we're doing today is really focused on state and federal programs and how we utilize Title I funds, which is part of the federal side of it. And Mr. Singh and his team, when they do an update on special education, will provide greater detail about the preschool programs and special education. So for today's overview, we're going to look at preschool specifically in Elk Grove for these 3 funding sources. The program is split up into looking at how we utilize curriculum and instruction, and then a really large part of preschool that comes out of both state and federal is the family engagement portion of that. And Mr. Golden will spend time going into more details. And then we'll end with looking at some questions and comments that each of you would have. So as we start off, the part that I want to spend time on before I turn it over to Mr. Golden is looking at the history of preschool in Elk Grove. So if you just take a moment here, I'm not going to read over the entire timeline, but we have over 60 years of history of a commitment and dedication to preschool that started with previous superintendents and school boards and has continued. And that is something that we are all really proud of who work in Elk Grove, and I know the existing board. I think it's interesting to start off with that preschool began actually in adult education, and kind of just a fun little fact, my own children who are 30 and 28 who matriculated through Elk Grove, they both participated in that preschool program that was part of adult education before they moved into the school system. And as time progressed and the district received funding and adopted programs and the protocols that were needed for both Head Start and state preschool, we looked over time, and you can see on the timeline here that we as a district have changed with the times. So most recently, we had an evolution in preschool where we always had credentialed teachers for pre-K specifically. And as the state moved to transitional kindergarten, that is where we needed our credentialed teachers, and we made this change where we now have a different certification level for our teachers who are working with our preschool students. And another piece that we're proud of, because we're able to adapt to the times and we have such a strong foundation and belief in the early education work that we're doing. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and in just a moment turn this over to Mr. Golden. The one part we want to just pull your attention to is the benefits of preschool. So you can take a moment to look through the pieces that we pulled out. It's not just the educational side. I want to point out that we catch our students early for health screenings, which we've pointed out here with health and dental screenings. We're able to intervene for behavioral needs, social emotional needs, and sometimes we are identifying our students who might have speech impediments or issues, and we can address those early. So the benefits of preschool are allowing us to be able to support some of our neediest students with specific funding to be able to have a stronger start to their educational system. And with that, I want to turn it over to Mike Golden, who is one of our directors in elementary education, and also just want to give him props and lift him up for the work he's done in transitioning not just the preschool program from the credentialed teachers, but to the integration of kind of our K years. He's really done a wonderful job.
Thank you, Ms. Avey. Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to be here to talk about preschool. Preschool is kind of new to me over the past year and a half. So it was one of those responsibilities that I said, happy to take it on. One of those responsibilities that I didn't realize what I was agreeing to when I said it. It is a really complicated world. And I would say, having been in the district for 35 years, we make the education of the littlest people that we have the most complicated thing that we do as a state and a federal government. That said, I've really enjoyed what I've done and what I've been able to learn. And I want to go back a slide. Just talking a little bit about the benefits of preschool. I would be remiss not to mention that this work that takes place in preschool is not done in isolation. We are really, really, really beholden to our partners in supporting our families and providing resources and so on, to our partners in student and family empowerment, the SAFE office, to our partners in family and community engagement, to our partners in the equity office, the work that our program educators, our office assistants do, and are in their working with families to get them aligned with the best program to meet their needs. That's essential work. How are we able to offer preschool services? As Ms. Avey referred, we have 3 different primary funding sources that we use. Head Start, CSPP, California State Preschool. I will refer to that as state as I go on in today's presentation, and Title I. These allow us to provide supports to families with a broad range of needs. The different programs come with different requirements. For instance, our Head Start and federal and our Head Start and state programs are funded through annual applications and grant processes, and they've got guidelines for income for families to be eligible. Title I does not have that income eligibility. Title I just is open to all of our families who reside in the attendance area of a Title I school. Not just the Title I school that's housing the preschool program, but any of our Title I schools. Community need and space availability are considerations when it comes to where our programs are. So I wanted to give you a visual of where each of our preschool programs are non-special education specific preschool programs. Excuse me. We operate out of 18 of our school sites, and there are 39 classrooms across those 18 school sites. Each classroom that operates a Head Start, state, or a Title I program is licensed, and that licensing occurs through the Department of Social Services, DSS, as a preschool center. The schools with the grant-funded programs, the Head Start and the state ones, as well as our Title I programs, are listed on the left, and we'll look at those regionally in just a moment. But I wanted to show you that they're highlighted in pink, so you can see that they represent all 9 of our regions across the district. So specifically, which sites in each of our regions? This slide does include all of our special education classes that Ms. Avey referenced earlier. So the H is for our Head Starts, T represents the Title I sites, the C is our state or CSPP programs, and SD, we have a unique school day program. It's not a full day, it's not from 8 to 5, but a school day Head Start program. It operates as a joint funded program between Head Start and Title I. Those are noted by SD, and then the 2, 3, and the 4 that you would see would be a self-contained special education preschool at level 2, 3, or 4. So 6 of our regions are represented on this slide, and the remaining 3 regions are on this slide here. As mentioned earlier, the operational requirements for the programs vary from one funding source to another. While all of our programs are designed for 3- and 4-year-olds, other aspects such as the length of the day of that program for a part-day program, the number of days per week for that program, the adult-to-student ratio for those programs will vary, and this slide shares that. We have, for our Head Starts, sorry about that, our Head Starts, 1 adult for every 10 students, Title I, 1 adult for every 8 students, same for our state programs. In general, we staff our classrooms with 3 for a class of 20 or 24. That way we're always in ratio. And when you hear ratio, when we talk about this, for preschools, it's not an average. It's not the same as what we do for our TKs. This is every second of every class. The minute we step out of ratio, that can be a finding against a program. So it's very important that we have our staff members in place. Want to call attention to the family-style lunches over there under nutrition. Language development and wellness are elements of all of our programs. To both of these ends, all of our meals in all of our programs, some have just a breakfast, some have just a lunch. Our school day programs serve both. All of those meals are served family style. It's not for ease of serving and things like that, but rather to encourage peer-to-peer conversation and peer-to-adult conversation. The staff members are engaged in those meal times as well. So it's about social interaction as well as healthy eating habits. And of course, washing hands and brushing teeth, part of every preschool day. We also have classrooms that are targeted as inclusive education preschools. 8 of our classrooms, 7 of them in Head Start and 1 of them in state, currently have spaces that are held for inclusion students. That's something that works as a collaboration between our preschool department and our special education department. All of those classes are staffed with additional adult support for students whose IEPs identify that need. The Head Start and state programs currently support 22 of those classes, or 22 students in those classes rather, and they are in 7 different classrooms in our Head State programs. One of the exciting elements that I've gotten to be part of over the past year and a half is EAP. Much more fun to say it that way than it is in its full Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program. Now you know why I'm going to call it EAP. In collaboration with our special education team and with the support of that EAP grant, we are able to start expanding our opportunities for inclusion from just our Head Start into our state programs. We've expanded it this year, kind of unofficially, and it will roll out as part of our grant for the state programs for next year in 25-26 formally. So what are the instructional elements of what we do in preschool? Curriculum and instruction in our preschool programs is play-based and developmentally appropriate. All elements of the program are aligned with the state's preschool and transitional kindergarten learning foundations. We don't have any short titles in the preschool world, so we call that one PTKLF. What are those preschool foundations? Preschool foundations encompass 9 domains. They align very well with our district's strategic goals, as Ms. Avey referenced earlier. These domains are approaches to learning, social and emotional development, language and literacy development, math, science, physical development, health, history and social sciences, and visual and performing arts. Oftentimes in the curriculum, these are intermingled with each other. And the curriculum that we use is designed around the PTKLF. Our curriculum is creative curriculum designed by Teaching Strategies. Our preschool instructors receive all of the materials that go with creative curriculum. They also receive all of the materials that go with Second Step. That's our district's adopted social and emotional learning curriculum. And our instructors are trained in the use of these materials. That work is supported throughout the preschool programs by 2 instructional coaches, by 2 program specialists, a school psychologist, and a social worker. As mentioned earlier, one of our key aspects is providing support and early intervention. The method through which we're able to do that is, as it is with all of our other TK through 12 programs, our multi-tiered system of supports, or MTSS. Early intervention is a key component of the preschool mission, and to this end, we use the MTSS to identify student needs, initiate appropriate support, and monitor response to those interventions. Again, our staff and support personnel are trained in the MTSS model, and the MTSS model that we use is integrated into the school site MTSS. It's not a separate preschool MTSS, though we do have a social worker that works specifically with and a psychologist that works specifically with the preschool programs to facilitate appropriate responses to preschool needs through that MTSS process. So what does serving students with specialized needs look like in our preschool programs? We have a required set aside of seats in our Head Start and our state programs. 10% of the funded enrollment, our funded enrollment is 440 for Head Start, so we need at least 44 students. 5% of our state is required. That was 10%, and they scaled that back. I expect that that's going to move back up to 10%. And Title I has no set-aside. We are above all of these set-asides in terms of our numbers of students on IEPs, even in Title I, where we're currently just over 10% of our Title I enrolled students having IEPs. Ms. Avey mentioned earlier that this is not focused on our special education programs. There's a whole nother conversation, but collaboration with our special education department and our preschool department is crucial to the work that we do. Just a couple of things that I wanted to mention in here relative to that collaboration is that Head Start and state preschools have monthly professional learning that's sponsored by and carried out for the preschool in general education, as well as the staff in the preschools in special education. And then we have additional trainings for our instructional teams that work specifically with the staff, the students in the inclusive educational setting. Family engagement is the cornerstone of our work. Program specialists from preschool and special education collaborate with our families. Our program educators collaborate with our families. There isn't a step in any of the things that we do that's not connected to families. Building relationships is the key component, and it begins with our registration teams. Our program educators, our office assistants, the whole team of folks that are here at the district office as well. They're often the first contacts that new families in Elk Grove Unified School District have. Young student, 3 years old, 2 years old, 1 year old, we're looking for a program. They reach out to preschool for information, and we are their first contact. Each family that fills out an information form or an interest form speaks with one of our program educators or one of their office team. They work with the family directly to determine what program that they're eligible for and what may be the best fit for them. To illustrate the family engagement opportunities in addition to just those initial contacts and registration, I've provided some information on the slide. In the name of brevity, I'm just going to highlight a couple of those, 3 of those for you. The first is parent meetings. These take place in the classroom. Instructors invite families in for a parent meeting specific to their classroom. They do have a representative lead in that functions in another capacity as part of our parent policy committee. So they bring information back and forth between that committee and what they're doing in the classrooms. Students are in session during this time, so parents get to see a bit of what's going on in the classroom. While the instructor is talking with them during their meetings, it's usually first thing in the morning if it's a morning class. The class is eating breakfast with 2 staff members, and the instructor is meeting with the parents elsewhere. Families participate in bite-sized instructional components, things that families can take home. They're able to ask questions about what's happening in the classroom itself, and it's a good two-way dialogue. The other programs that I want to highlight are our 0 to 3 playgroup. That's funded through a 4th funding source that we haven't talked about, and that's our first 5 school readiness funds. Those aren't used to run programs in our 3 and 4-year-old preschools, but they do run our program for our earliest students, and that's our 0 to 3-year-olds. 0 to 3-year-old playgroups, the instructor leads small groups of parents and their toddlers in 90-minute sessions. They sing, they tell stories, they play games. Children learn to get along in a classroom environment, while their parents get to talk with each other, they get to work with their students, they get to see other parents working with their children, and connect over the common bond of being parents of toddlers. Health and wellness, hand washing, things like that, are also features of playgroup. Playgroups are held at 2 of our campuses, Prairie Elementary School and Herman Leimbach. Prairie operates on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday basis. There are 3 sessions each day, 90 minutes for each session, and Leimbach offers programs on Tuesday and Thursday. They have 2 sessions a day on each of those days at Herman Leimbach. And finally, I want to share information with you about our Parent Cafe. Parent Cafe, first I want to lead off with what it's not. It is not like a parent coffee talk with a principal in the morning on Wednesday at the elementary school site. Parent Cafe is new to us this year. It's funded through our first 5 school readiness grant. And what it is an opportunity to bring families and caregivers together with staff in a structured, physically and emotionally safe space. It's based on a nationally recognized peer-to-peer learning process. These, when we get them up and going and have this, and they are going this year, but when we build some momentum, they will be facilitated by parents who will get paid a stipend to be the facilitators. And that's the design that School Readiness has behind this. Through participation in these, parents, caregivers, they talk about their challenges, talk about the strategies that they use as parents, talk about their successes. They build leadership and relationship skills, and they also work on protective factors that help strengthen those families. And those are the factors that are built into the nationally recognized peer-to-peer program. Building parental resilience, increasing knowledge of parenting and child development, and using communication tools to build social and emotional competence in children. So these are parent groups. I encourage all of you to reach out and participate in one of these. What we do ask if anyone participates in a parent cafe is that they are a participant. No flies on the walls. It's designed to be a safe, emotional, and part of that is everybody that's there is engaged in what's happening there. And I would like to close out with just some numbers that kind of put a picture behind the things I've been talking about. We have 724 students currently enrolled in our Part Day programs in the district. We have 100 more students enrolled in those Head Start Title I wrapped school day classrooms. Additionally, you'll hear again down the road about what's going on with the 517 preschool students enrolled in self-contained special education classes. Just in the Head Start state and Title I programs, we've completed to date 188 support referrals, and that may include references for special education, as much as it might a referral to the FACE office, a referral to our partners in SAFE, a referral to an equity person. It's about making those referrals to meet the needs of the children. And we currently have across our programs, Head Start, State, and Title I, 124 students that have IEPs, and 23 of those are students in full inclusion. And with that, I would like to invite all of you to reach out and participate in one of our preschool programs. Come observe, see the great things going on. Come talk to us about it. Talk with instructors. And with that, I will open it up to questions and comments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Board President, there's no blue card on this item.
Thank you very much. We'll start for board comments. We'll start at the other end this time. Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you. I have a 6 and a 5-year-old, and I'm just like, where was this? But when they were preschool age, it was COVID, so they did not get a lot of that social interaction. I love this presentation. Thank you so much for providing this. And Jennifer, I just sent you an email to do one of the cafes, the parent cafes. I'm excited to do that. When my son was diagnosed with autism, we had joined like a parent navigator group, and that's what that parent cafe reminds me of, and how it's just really powerful to, connect with other parents and just have a safe space to talk about the things that, we think is supposed to come natural to us, and sometimes it just doesn't. I think it's really awesome that the district is looking at how to leverage resources to make these opportunities available to our families, because the health and well-being of our families and our students at home really is going to set our students up for success when they come into the K-12 system. So I love that. I did want to learn a little bit more about how do families find out about these wonderful opportunities? And because I didn't realize that we had so many different options. So I'll start there.
Yep. Good, excellent question. We communicate through all the same vehicles that we use as a district, and that connects us with some families that are either directly connected or peripherally connected to students that are already in the district. We also attend community events. So program educators, myself, my program specialists, we may, again, back to our work with our partners, we may go out to a food distribution event, and we will just stand and talk with people. Oh, it looks like you've got a toddler. How old? And connect with families that are out in the community. Our school office teams are aware of what we're doing, and that work is integral with them as well. So the sites that have programs are constantly looking at who walks through the door, and saying, oh, again, you look like you might have a 3-year-old. We've got a preschool program. Are you aware of what we do? So those are some of the ways that we connect with our families.
Awesome. And my other question was looking at, you gave us some data and spoke briefly about how there's inclusion a program available. Is there, I guess at just like a high level, can you help me understand what's the differences between doing that inclusive program, part of these 3 options, versus doing the, because once a family's engaged in early intervention, they naturally take that transition to the district to take over on the services. So how is it that like families see those as like, you can go this direction or you can go this direction? And is there a benefit to choosing one over the other? Or is it even an option?
It's a good question. Oftentimes, those discussions are part of the IEP process involving that student. Discussion about whether a general education with or without inclusion is the next best step, or whether the next best step is a level 2 or 3 or a 4, is usually specific to what that IEP team is discussing.
So then would you say that the main difference is that leveled support from if you're doing the special ed preschool program versus one of these three options?
The level of support would be a key factor at a yes.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much. Ms. Moore.
Excuse me. Thank you for the presentation. I learned a lot. I do have just a couple of questions. Facility-wise, I know with TK, it's a challenge at some sites to find the proper facilities with that growing program. Is that a challenge with preschool, or how do we accommodate that need?
Oh, great question. We do, a lot of our work right now is to make sure that we've got space. We do make sure that we've got the TK through 6 space taken care of before we look at placing a preschool program. We're also flexible to the extent that we can be, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a second. When we see a growing need, so Franklin Elementary comes to mind. We had a preschool program, we had a licensed classroom at Franklin Elementary, and it was growing so much that the question was asked, can we give that up so that the site can use that space for resident students? And do we have a place to move? So we work with neighboring schools. Our Stone Lakes program is the program that we moved from Franklin Elementary. There are steps we have to go through to make moves like that. So early in the year, conversations are taking place. We take a look at what our availability looks like. And if we need to license a new classroom, we identify where that new classroom is and go through the licensing process there.
Okay, thank you. And then my only other question or concern, and which I guess will probably be addressed, it sounds like when we discuss special education, but with the special education classes that we offer, one thing I'm learning is that it's not always, we're not always accommodating all of the regions in our district. And so that's something I would like us, to consider as we're moving forward. So that we're not having to, would we bus children potentially to some one of these schools if they're in a region that doesn't have a school nearby?
If you're asking specifically about the self-contained, the level 2, 3, and 4 classes.
Over the last couple of years, it has been our goal to provide services as close to the home school as possible, right? But special ed becomes challenging to do that because sometimes you don't have, and we have to be careful. We don't want to put kids in a classroom just because that's their disability. We place kids in classroom based on what their needs are, right? And sometimes it's hard for us to find a classroom of kids from one school that have the same needs, that deserve the same programming. So what we have moved towards over the years is a regional program where we work with elementary ed, and we do this work now to say, okay, we have a need to put a level program in this region. Where are the majority of the kids who are going to be in this classroom from? So we identify the school. Then the question is, does that school have a space? Hopefully it does, and if it does, then the program goes there. If it doesn't, then we say, okay, where's the nearest school that we can now place a program that becomes the feeder for all the kids from that region to provide that service. And in that case, when we find that spot, yes, we provide transportation to that to that program for all the kids who don't belong to that school as their home school. It's never as clean as that, because sometimes we have to move programs, and then we also have to think about the matriculation of that. So what's the future? Now, over the years, we have gone to where most of the kids are being served in their own regions, but that doesn't mean that every site has a program either, because that's just the way enrollment and space works with special ed.
Yeah, because I was just looking at the Pleasant Grove region and Sheldon region, which is kind of my area, and there's not, for some of those schools, there's not a school anywhere nearby. So I just think that that's something we can maybe consider for our special needs students and families as we expand the program. I'd appreciate that. And then I would also love to participate in the Parent Cafe. So thank you for the invitation, and thank you for the presentation.
Welcome. Thank you. Ms. Ballerini?
I was looking at the same thing she was about the northern area, or whatever we want to call it out there, that the closest schools seem to be, I guess it's Pleasant Grove Elementary or Sierra Enterprise for anybody living up in the Rancho Cordova Sunrise area. That's my thought. We lost the presentation. That's all right, I have it on my thing. I guess what I wanted to know is, for the new Grant Line 208 that we're calling it now, I'm hoping that we are accommodating TK, and maybe that will have room for some preschools out there as well?
TK, I can say with certainty.
Okay.
We'll have to go back and look at preschool, but as Mr. Golden said, we prioritize our TK through 6th grade.
Right.
But we have expanded TK. All of our sites have it, and Grant Line will be no exception to that.
Okay, perfect. Other than that, yeah, I know preschool, it's a whole nother level. I get it. And a lot of people, I don't think, realize that we actually teach preschool that we have it in our district, because most people say TK. They used to say K-12 for us, but now, when you really think about it, it's not from birth, or what do they call it? Cradle to cap, or something like that. I don't know. Not cradle cap. That's different. But anyway, what is it? Cradle to career. That's it. I knew I'd heard it somewhere. I just couldn't remember what it was. But that's it. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you also for the presentation. Overall, me and my wife had a great experience with our two younger kids who also diagnosed with autism, modest condition, I should say. And just a couple questions. So for our daughter, she was moving to different schools, a little bit here and there to different schools. So I know that we talked about Franklin having like a central hub for kids to go there, and so they don't have to move all the time. Is that the latest, or what is the latest?
Franklin had a preschool program.
Yeah.
And we moved that program to Stone Lake. And the reason for that move, speaking back to what Kristen mentioned just a few seconds ago, is that prioritizing the TK through 6 enrollment, they just couldn't accommodate having another preschool class there without having to send students TK through 6 to another school site. So we had another program, another site, classroom at Stone Lake, licensed, and then we moved the program over there.
Okay, so we're going to still keep that. I guess some schools would not have the program, and some school will, right? That's the standard.
I would say yes.
Okay.
In short, yes.
Okay. And the other thing that we found it that could, I don't know if it's a concern or not, but for my wife it was. So our daughter did not get homework compared to regular kindergarten classes. So is that a particular reason why?
For preschool, there is no homework.
Yeah.
Preschool's work is all social and emotional. The content is built around the growth and the sort of language development for students, but it's not a homework-based program. It's a play-based program. Preschool is the play-based program.
Oh, okay. All right. I need to have a conversation with her then, because I thought our son had it, but that's okay. All right. Well, overall, we had a great experience. As far as I remember, there's always a couple things here and there, but overall, it was great. Especially our son had a great experience, and I'm very thankful for the district for doing a tremendous job. So thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Albiani.
Hi. I had a few quick questions and then just a few comments. So on page 15, we have a play-based program, which when I went to tour was one of my favorite things to see. And we're going to have an update in 25-26. Will that continue to be a play-based structure?
Yes, the curriculum continues to be play-based. It is still creative curriculum. We've done the work of aligning everything to the PTKLF at this point. The curriculum moving forward will be aligned to it.
I caught up. Okay. And I think family participation is one of the large goals of helping train people to become parents. We didn't go to school to become parents. It's one of those things, if the Steve Martin joke, you don't need a license for somehow. So I'm interested, we get reports on how many times things are getting used and such, but as a percentage of the participation, I think would tell more in the future, if that's a consideration. And I imagine certain areas are better about certain things. We're offering a wide range of things. I think you're trying to reach parents directly after they drop off, at night at a parent cafe. I mean, you've expanded the offerings. What are you finding is working the best? What you've come into this role recently, what are you seeing? Because in the past, our numbers haven't been amazing, I don't think, in getting a large percentage of participation from parents.
Yeah, excellent question. Without having to get too much into depth, happy to provide more information through a communication. When we look at participation of families in our monthly meetings, for instance, participation there is good, in part because we have a bit of a captive audience. It's held at the beginning. It's when everybody's checking in, and we invite everybody into the classroom. Some people obviously can't stay, but attendance there is good. We have seen an increase over the past, from the beginning of my time to now, of our parents showing up at our parent policy committee meetings, parent policy council, I should say, meetings. I want to say the first time I attended one, we had our board identified the chair, the vice chair, the note taker. They were all there, but everybody else wasn't. To now having almost a full group attend on a monthly basis. So that to me is a big deal. We still want to see more parent participation. To Sean's question about homework, while we don't do homework, there is for Head Start an in-kind contribution, and that's families work with kids at home. Reading with, cooking with, measuring with, talking with, walking with, doing activities with. We do have a tool where we monitor the in-kind contribution of those kinds of things, and those numbers are not as high as we'd like them to be, and that's what our team is working on now. How do we encourage families to show that that's happening? Because we know that it is. We just want to make sure that we can capture it.
You have Rosie ready.
Ready Rosie, yes. Ready Rosie, Learning Genie, yes.
So there are some different ways there. I think the community eating, the eating together, sitting down, it's just heartwarming. It's fabulous to see. It's such an important skill. And then I just had the same concern about facilities. I don't think any of this is going away. And I do believe we addressed it in our new specs that we do need to have TK room and we need to have preschool room. And that is eventually will come around. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Well, first I want to thank you for your board communications when they come out. I always look forward to the preschool ones and your patience with me for all my questions I always have for you. I also want to appreciate getting our SPED kids closer to home. I had a little one that got put on a bus on Gerber Road and bused to Florin at 6 o'clock in the morning and wouldn't get home until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so I would appreciate that. Do we expect any changes to our federal funding that could affect how we do this? And are we putting together a plan in case the funding gets affected so we can't have these programs?
Susan, are you asking that as a what's going to happen at the end of this week question or what's going to happen next year question?
Well, are we at least looking into the bigger picture? Because I don't want to see these programs go away.
Yes. As mentioned earlier, we do apply for Head Start and State. The grants are both due, or the applications are both due annually. The CSPP application goes in as a request for continued funding. How many students are you going to have? The state determines what the funding is commensurate with that. That was actually due back in December. The Head Start grant, we just went through the PC or the parent committee today, and you will be getting that in a future meeting for your approval.
Okay.
So you will see that, yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. I have no additional questions. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Yang.
I have one more question and comment. So the example I have is my daughter situation is once a year meeting with the EPI folks, and some of the goals were met before the meeting, and then there's no extra goals for it. So we felt like it was a time that was waste. So if we would have, let's just say, we would have had a chance to meet with the EPI folks and let them know that, hey, these goals are met, and then we get extra ones so that we could use those extra time within that year to work with our daughter, that would have been very good. So that's the one comment and concern I have regarding that.
Okay, I appreciate that, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right, we have two more quick items. So we have one action item, consideration of a 2025 ballot for the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly. CSBA has received 5 nominations for delegate to Region 6, Subregion 6B Delegate Assembly election. Those individuals are Michael Baker from Twin Rivers USD, Craig DeLuce from Robla Elementary School District, Annette Kunz from Galt Joint Union Elementary School District, Kara Lofthouse from Folsom Cordova USD, and Noel Mora from Natomas USD. I will entertain a motion to approve this ballot for the CSBA Delegate Assembly.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Albiani. Really briefly before we get to the vote, I have been on the Delegate Assembly for a year now and have had the opportunity to work with 4 of the 5 individuals here. And I can say with confidence that they represent the diversity of perspectives in our region. So very happy to see their names here again. Okay, so getting to the vote, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Consent agenda. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on the consent agenda?
Board President, there's no blue card on this item.
Excellent. Would any board member like to pull an item from the consent agenda? All right. Then I will entertain a motion to approve items 1 through 4 on the consent agenda.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Yang. Seconded by Ms. Albiani. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Excellent. That moves us to lunch and closed session. So the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 3 on the closed session portion of the agenda after a brief lunch break. Are there any, Mr. Yang, are there any comments on these 3 items?
Board President, there is no blue card on these items.
Okay, then I will close public comment and recess us into lunch and closed session at 1:06 p.m. All right, I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 3 o'clock p.m. and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. And this meeting is officially adjourned at 3 o'clock.